A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Dove. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. The Goldbergs. I know that most of you have been following the Goldbergs and know all about Rosie and Walter Jerome and Mikey Bloom, but we'd like to review our story briefly for the benefit of our new listeners who are joining us for the first time today. So I hope the rest of you won't mind if we take time to extend them a hearty welcome and tell them what's been going on in the Goldberg family recently. Rosie Goldberg, the young daughter of the family, has been going through the throes of first love. Ordinarily, this would be another fascinating milestone to her mother and father, Molly and Jake, and to her brother, Sammy. But unfortunately, Walter Jerome, the object of her infatuation, has involved her in a complicated family situation which nearly turned into a tragedy for all concerned. Walter is the rather weak and dependent son of a wealthy, self-made, and very domineering woman. Mrs. Jerome had another girl all picked out for Walter to marry, and she had no intention of having her plans changed. Walter couldn't seem to make up his mind, either to cut himself completely off from his mother or to give up Rosie. While he vacillated back and forth, Rosie looked on, tearful and helpless. Finally, Walter's father, heretofore completely dominated by his wife, took a stand for the sake of his son and told Mrs. Jerome that Walter must be made to stand on his own feet. Walter, inspired by his father, told Rosie that he loved her, and that someday, when he was no longer dependent on his family, he would like to marry her. Meanwhile, he was determined to make a place for himself in the world. Now the Jeromes have left Glastonbury. Walter has enlisted in the army, and there is no immediate need for Rosie to make up her mind whether or not she will marry him. Meanwhile, Mikey, who has also told Rosie that he loves her, is still visiting the Goldbergs. But no matter what happens now, Molly is happy that no immediate decisions have to be made. Listen.
Lay down, Sporty, lay down. What are you jumping for joy, huh? What are you jumping? I would also jump for joy if I could jump. Go away. Go away now. Go away. Let me finish my cooking. Go.
Whom are you speaking, Molly?
To Sporty.
There's nobody else to speak to.
Sometimes, Jake, when you're too happy or you're too sad, nobody can understand you but you yourself.
And Sporty, huh?
Sporty.
I can't understand why you are happy, huh?
Jake, darling, I'm so happy. I'm so joyous, dear darling. What's my soup? Wait, dear. I'll throw an eye into my soup. Children, family, Rosie, Mikey, everybody get prepared for supper. Supper's standing nearly. Come, dear, everybody, dear. Oh, Jake, darling, everything feels like home again. Even the kitchen curtains are smiling on me.
If I see Rosalie smiling as of yore again, I'll be happy too.
She'll smile, darling. She'll smile. Jake, darling, you'll taste my soup. Yes, dear? I want to see if there's too much salt, too much pepper, more or less, if it's enough. Yes, dear?
Wait.
Wait, it's hot. Wait, I'll blow. Wait, taste, see. No. Perfect. A little salt, I think, now. Huh? One more shake.
Let be one shake.
I think so. Let me see. Taste. I think pepper, just a sprinkle. I think. No, wait, just a little bit. I think so. All right. Be good already. Everybody will shake themselves if they want more or less. So, come with it. Children, well, no, supper can't linger longer. Come down, everybody. You're ready, Jake, dear, to sit on the table.
What do I have to get ready? My appetite, that's all? No.
How long already didn't we hear the laugh in the house, huh?
The next time a young man steps a foot over our threshold, Molly, don't start encouraging our romance.
I encourage.
So then I encourage. Who asked Walter to stay and have supper?
If I was a little hospital, does that mean that I was...
All right. It's over. Nothing too serious resulted.
But why should you say, Jake, that...
It was my fault.
If you think it was my fault, don't say it was your fault. But just because...
All right. I didn't say.
But you did say.
Then I didn't mean to say.
But if you said when you said it, then you did meant to say it. Why should you say now that you didn't meant to say it? When
ready.
You're ready, darling? Call. Right. So call Rosalie. Where's Mikey?
He's on the porch.
On the porch? I think Rosalie went up to comb her hair. Rosalie, dear, you straightening yourself out?
I'll be right down.
All right, dear. Don't hurry yourself. Don't hurry yourself, darling. Don't rush yourself. Listen, Jake, darling, and Sammy, and all who are present here.
No lectures, Molly, please.
Is it a lecture? I'm going to make one request, just one.
We know, Ma.
What?
Forget everything that happened, don't mention Walter, and don't ask Rosie any questions.
Precisely and exactly.
Just see that you don't ask any questions, that's all.
Listen, if Rosalie gets a letter from Walter, very well. If she answers his letters, very well. If she don't answer the letters...
Very well.
Yes, very well. So go, darling, put on a tie, dear Jake.
We can't sit at the table with a sport shirt, Molly.
So put on a sport shirt, but quickly, go, darling. My soup is dwindling to nothing. Go, darling, please.
Very well.
Very well.
I said avoid already. I said very well. Sammy, dear, did Rosalie said something or anything to you?
No.
Not a word?
No.
Well, that's good. You think it's good, Sammy?
What do you mean?
I mean that she didn't said something or anything?
What can she say, Mom?
What could she say? She could say, I mean, she's glad it's over, you think?
Well, I think she's happy to be able to be free.
And then Mikey and she and...
I don't know, but...
Mikey's furlough is almost here, over, no?
Almost.
Well, so we'll see what'll be. We'll see what'll be. Mikey's on the porch, you said?
Yeah, Mom.
I'll call her. Mikey, dear. Come to supper, dear. Come to supper, dear. Oh, Stanley, the main thing is no talking. No talking, you hear? Okay. Not one whisper to Rosalie. If she'll forget it, maybe she'll forget it. I'll put board on the table, huh? All right, Connie, don't drop on me. Mine, gracious me. Step on me like that. Don't drop that. Mikey, go sit on the table, Mikey, darling.
Okay,
sit on the
thanks.
table.
Where's everybody, Sammy?
They're coming down.
How's Rosie feel?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wish I was sure about the way she felt.
Maybe you want a written guarantee about the state of her heart?
Oh, you know what I mean, Sammy.
I don't know what you mean at all. Mikey, you ought to make her realize that it's only false pride that keeps her from admitting the truth.
Don't you think we ought to give her a chance to forget Walter?
Of course not. Right now, in Rosie's mind, Walter stands revealed for what he was. A lot of good intentions held together by a mother complex and a piece of old string. But as time goes on, that string is going to drop off. And slowly, Walter is going to rise into the romantic clouds. Oh, you won't have a chance a year from now. Because you'll be competing with a romantic dream. And you know as well as I do, Mikey, that no one's ever going to bother to make a hero out of you. If I were you, I'd advise you to start talking right away.
You seem to know what to say much better than I do.
Well, of course I do. I'm not confused by love. I'm a reasonable man.
I bow to your superior reason.
Why, if it hadn't been for Walter, you wouldn't have dared to tell Rosie you liked her.
Liked her?
Loved her.
Loved her.
Well, let's not quibble, Mikey. If it hadn't been for Walter, you wouldn't have opened your mouth.
Yeah, well, a lot of good it did me.
Well, you got to continue with the attack.
You mean you're going to conduct my courtship?
I've had more experience, Mikey.
I don't know what it is, Sammy, but the more failures a man has, the more confidence he has that he's learned his lesson. You should be more humble.
That isn't a fair argument. I want you for a brother-in-law, and if you won't fight for the privilege, I will.
Gee, Sammy, you're okay.
Maybe you don't appreciate me, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, but what about Rosie?
She's only my sister. We can't let her interfere with our plans.
I'm ready.
You're ready, dear darling?
Yeah?
Sit on the table, darling. Rosie, dear Papa's ready to sit on the table. Ready, dear?
Rosie!
Come, darling. Come. We'll all sit on the table. Oh, Jay, darling, please, before we sit down, please, darling, not one word. Not one word about Walter this or that or what, or if she'll write or she wouldn't write. Yes, darling, please.
Calm down, Mom.
Is all right?
Yeah.
Yes, come. Come, dear, come. We'll sit and we'll eat. And Mama's got a beautiful, wonderful, lovely supper. Come, dear. Sit on your place, Rosalie, darling. Come here, Mike. Near Mike. J.D., you got your napkin?
Yes, thank you.
Take your napkin, darling. Family, sit on the whole chair. Why do you always sit on the half a chair?
Well,
Sit nicely, dear. All right, come. Everybody start with the liver. Everybody start on the liver first.
Bread, please.
Has the bread?
Yes, Pa.
Here, dear.
Mikey, you'll write Mama and tell her how everything turned out?
Eat, Jay.
What did I say?
Eating time is not talking time. Eat, dear.
Some bread, Rosie?
Water, please.
Spill, Papa.
Don't spill Papa.
Jake.
May I say a word with your permission, Molly?
Jake, we're eating.
Between morsels, can I say a few words?
Pa.
Can I say I'm thankful?
Rosalie, eat, dear.
Can I say I'm grateful?
I'm going to spill the soup.
If we can't speak freely about Walter in front of Rosie, then the truth is we have nothing to be thankful for. That's all I say.
Pa.
Jake.
Yes, Pa, Jake. Every known psychologist and every known psychology will tell you to speak out in the open. Let Rosie be the one to tell me if I'm wrong. All right.
Papa, darling, please. Rosalie.
Rosie, where are you going?
Jake, see, I asked you. I begged you.
What did I say?
Mikey, go on out to her.
I have nothing to say to Rosie, except to ask her to wait for me, if that's all right with you, Mr. Goldberg.
With me, it's all right. But I'm only Rosie's father. Rosie's mother?
If I was Rosie's father, I would know how Rosalie's mother feels.
It's not how Rosie's father feels, how Rosie's mother feels, or even how Rosie's brother feels. If you want to know how Rosie feels, Mikey, go and ask her. Go on.
I'm going. But Mikey's intentions and Rosie's confusion after all her trouble with Walter are both due for a shock as the great rhythm of outside events catches up with them. And now comes the moment I've been waiting for.
What?
Well, you know, our program reaches lots of new listeners for the first time today.
Yes.
That means I get my first chance to tell them about new Does.
Oh, then hurry up, because Does is something every lady should hear about now during wartime.
Yes, friends, you know, Does is Procter & Gamble's amazing new soap discovery, and it does all three kinds of wartime wash. Work shirts, towels, rayons, everything. Why, take those extra work shirts you have now that your men are doing wartime jobs. Does will get them clean in a way no other soap can beat. And remember your towels and linens get dirtier now with more wartime workers in the family. But that doesn't stop Does. You've never seen more sparkling white washes than Does gives you. And your pretty rayon slips and nicer colored washables. You know, wartime dyes are changing, so you need the extra safety Does gives those wartime colors. It's far safer than any of the four other leading granulated soaps. So change to Does, D-U-Z, today. In your wartime wash, Does does everything. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Tomorrow, Mikey gets his orders, and the Goldbergs get theirs, too. This is Clayton Collier, wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Bad Little Babe. night. In his rather untidy bachelor apartment, Casey slumps comfortably in an ancient, overstuffed chair, reading a popular mystery story.
Oh, just when I'm about to find out who done it. Hello.
Mr. Casey?
Yeah?
What time do you go to work tonight?
Well, 12 o'clock. I'm on the lobster shift this week. Who is it?
Then in about half an hour from now, you'll start walking toward the garage where you keep your car.
Yeah?
Don't do it.
Don't?
If you do, you'll be killed.
Huh?
Killed, I said. Men are watching your apartment house now, waiting for you to come out. Call the police and tell them to get those men.
Who are you?
Never mind that. Phone the police and don't leave.
Now, look here.
I can't talk anymore. Goodbye.
Huh. Oh, nuts. It's just a gag.
Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan.
This is Casey, pal.
Oh?
Say, look, I'm probably wasting your time, pal, but I just got a screwy phone call that might be on the level.
Screwy phone call?
Yeah, now, if this turns out to be somebody's idea of a practical joke, I know how you'll use the needle, Logan, but a gal just phoned me. I didn't recognize her voice, and she wouldn't give her name, but here's what she said.
Whoever the gal was who phoned you, Casey, I don't think she was a practical joker.
No?
Now, before I sneaked up here to your apartment by the back way, Sergeant Brett and I spotted a car parked up your block with two guys in it who registered as Red Hots, all right?
Why should they be laying for me?
You're always sticking your neck out, aren't you? If you'd stick to press photography...
nuts, Logan. I'm no different from any other newspaper guy in a crime beat, and I haven't been sticking my neck out lately.
That remains to be seen. And we'll see when we land those mugs with the goods.
Well, how are you going to do that little thing?
Now, by the time you leave this joint, the street will be completely covered by cops. Now, you walk out of this building alone and start towards your garage. Sergeant Brett will instruct his men not to act until they see you definitely threatened.
Definitely threatened?
When and if the birds in that car or anybody on the street flash guns, the cops will close in.
Yeah, I suppose they're there just a little too late on that close-in, then I'll be the late Mr. Casey, I suppose.
I'm hoping that won't happen, pal.
Oh, you're hoping?
Sure I am. Oh, put on your hat and coat, Casey. We mustn't keep your would-be killers waiting. Suspicious cars way up the block there, Casey. A black sedan. And the gunner will probably wait until you're nicely outlined under the next street light before...
Yeah, I've got to make a swell target there, Logan, you know.
You'll be safer than in church. There are at least a dozen cops covering you.
I can't even see one cop.
You don't think I told Brett to post him where they could be seen, do you? There's his signal that everything's all set. Now, he's in a car around the corner. By the time you get under that street light, his driver will be passing that black sedan and ready for any funny business. Okay, I'll step out of this doorway now and get going.
All right. Here I go.
Don't worry, pal.
Oh, I'm not worried. No, not at all. Ah, well, the whole thing's probably a gag. Some dame with a moron sense of humor. There'll be a nice big clay pigeon under that streetlight, though. Well, this is it, I guess. Well, nothing happened. I knew this was just a gag.
Don't do that! Point at the guy!
Are you okay, Casey? Yeah, they seem to be all in one piece, Logan, but a couple of slugs whizzed by awful close.
Guys have everything under control up there. Come on.
Yeah, I want to see these mugs.
Sergeant, what did you do to him?
We couldn't take chances, Captain.
Both dead, huh? Well, you had no choice. Casey, take a look at these stiffs. Do you recognize them?
No. Never saw either one of them before.
That means they were hired to get you.
But why?
Come on down to headquarters, Casey, where we can look for the answer in comfort.
You and Captain Logan ain't figured out who was behind that attempt to mow you down last night, huh, Casey?
No,
I figured it out.
Now, Andy,
everything points to Joe Kirby, Casey, and you know
I don't know anything of the kind. Kirby looks on me as nothing more than a nuisance. He wouldn't take the trouble to have me bumped off.
Bumping a guy off ain't much trouble for that Joe Kirby. He's got the smoothest working crime organization in this town.
You've been much more than a nuisance to him. He knows you've done your best to trace the murder of Sam Alberts to him.
I haven't gotten anywhere with my tracing, have I?
Well, he may think you've gotten further than you have. And you didn't let me finish about his reasons. Now, you've tried to interfere with his personal affairs.
Oh, you mean that...
I mean Sandra Lamson. You've done everything possible to keep her away from him.
I've got nowhere with that project either.
Who's Sandra Lamson?
Oh, poor little rich gal who's seen too many glamorous gangsters in the movies. And she's fallen for Joe Kirby, and he likes her.
You butted into that sort of thing, Casey?
Look, I've known Sandra ever since she was a kid. Her father was Judge Lamson. He was a grand guy, and he did me a whole lot of favors.
He was a judge who got killed in that auto smasher.
That's right, about 6 months ago. The kid's only 19. She's got no relatives except a couple of old maid aunts, and she's pretty, too.
So, to protect her from the wolves, our Mr. Casey elected himself her guardian.
Well, and somebody had to. She's a good kid.
She's a bad little babe. And you're simply being stubborn. And there's still another thing that ties those gunmen up with Kirby.
There's nothing that ties them up with Kirby.
Look, will you ever let me finish what I start to say?
Well, and you... all right, go ahead.
Thanks. Who do you suppose the woman was who saved your life last night? The gal who called you on the phone?
I told you, I don't know.
Well, she must have had a motive for a tip-off.
Naturally.
Emma Humphreys had a swell motive.
What? Emma Humphreys?
She's Kirby's old girlfriend.
Yes, Ethelbert. Until that Lamson day came along, Emma Humphreys' standing was number one. And lately, she's been given the old gradual freeze.
Yeah, that's right.
She must be boiling at the Lamson kid. And, Casey, you're the only person who's tried to break up the affair between her and Kirby, so...
She sure had a motive for tipping you off, Casey.
Yeah, but Well, I'm going to have a talk with Emma Humphreys.
You know, you're finally waking up.
I still think you're doping this thing wrong, Annie. But just to show you that I'm not stubborn...
That I want to see.
Okay, all right, now. But wait a minute, though. I can't go direct to Emma. If she gave me that tip, and if Kirby was behind those would-be killers...
Sure, you'd be putting her in a spot.
Yeah, but I can't...
Darn that phone. Always, when I'm busy listening...
Oh, gee, we got to dope out a safe way to get to her, Annie.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking.
Let me think.
All right, think.
Just a minute. Your city desk, Casey.
What's it? Oh... Now, you keep on thinking, Annie, while I go to the phone. Hello, it's Casey speaking. Underhill Road in Garland Park. Yeah, I got it. Hey, wait a minute. We're not on duty, Burke. Oh, you thought this assignment of interest just because... That's your theory about last night. The body's been identified as... What? Thank you, Burke. Yes, we'll start right away.
Mr. Casey.
Oh,
I
boy.
think I figured a fairly safe
Forget it, Anne. Forget it.
Huh?
Emma Humphreys has been murdered.
Emma Humphreys?
Murdered?
Since the news stories about my life being saved by a woman's phone call hit the streets this morning.
Casey.
Yes, and our city editor has exactly the same idea you have.
Emma Humphreys was taken for an old-fashioned ride, Miss Williams. The doc says she was killed around noon today, shot twice with a .32 revolver. We have the bullets.
And, of course, you know who Emma Humphreys was, Captain Logan.
Oh, yes. And I've given orders to have Joe Kirby brought to headquarters as soon as he can be found.
Annie has a theory about Emma Humphreys and Joe Kirby, Logan.
So have I, Casey. I've concluded she was your tipster last night, and that he found out she spoiled his murder plan for you.
You know, pal, so have I now.
Kirby's here, Captain.
Oh, bring him in, Sergeant. Casey, you keep your trap shut to this guy.
I'm keeping my trap shut.
You too, Miss Williams.
We know.
Good evening, Captain.
Oh, Kirby. You've been told what's happened.
To Miss Humphreys. Yes, the news came as a frightful shock.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Oh, Casey, Miss Williams, please forgive me for not noticing you before. My state of mind.
Skip it, Kirby.
If that's the way you want it. How can I help you, Captain?
Emma Humphreys was killed around noon today. You have an alibi for that time, of course.
Why should I? As it happens, I was having a conference with the president of the Warwick Square Bank between 11 o'clock and noon today.
The Warwick Square Bank is way downtown. Emma Humphreys was bumped off way uptown.
Yes.
Where were you last night when we cops interrupted that shooting party prepared for Casey?
Why, I was having supper with a lady in the Tiger Room of the Hotel Bombay. Dozens of people will remember I was there.
Who was the lady with you?
Miss Sandra Lampson.
Nuts.
This line of questioning is most ridiculous, Captain.
Save that injured innocent stuff for the jury. Casey's been getting in your hair, and you wanted him out for keeps. You figured Emma Humphreys tipped him off to your plan, so you had her finished. Cold guy. We'll prove a lot of things on you eventually.
You know, you're not as smart as you think you are, Kirby. You made some big blunders when Sam Alberts was murdered.
Casey!
What do you mean?
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Okay, Logan.
Now, that's all, Kirby. Get out.
Very well, Captain. Casey, you've shown such an interest in Miss Sandra Lampson. I must give you some news about her. And me.
Well?
We're going to be married.
What? Married?
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Oh, you dirty louse.
Casey!
Before I let you ruin the life of Judge Lampson's kid, let me go, Logan. Let me go.
Cut it out. Oh, all right. Now, get out now, Kirby. Fast.
Goodbye, Captain. Williams. Come on.
That egg.
Casey, you're going to lose control of your temper once too often around here.
I'm sorry, Logan, but when he said...
Stop fussing about what happens to Sandra Lampson.
Well, you don't know her as I do,
That's
Ann.
what you think. I can get a better line than one of my own sex in 5 minutes than you can get in a lifetime.
I'm betting you're right, Miss Williams, but forget about the Lampson kid. Casey, I know you've been doing some private snooping into the Sam Alberts killing. Now, what did you mean by telling Kirby he'd made some big blunders?
Oh, well, that was just a bluff, Logan.
Well, anyhow, for the first time since I've known that fish-eyed crook, he looked a little scared.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? You made my bluff sound better by shutting me up. Now you'll think we really have some.
Well, since we have it, that gets us nowhere.
No, it doesn't. Say, can I use your phone, Logan? I want to call Sandra Lampson.
What for?
Now, to see if she'll make a date with me. I want to see her alone. Maybe I can talk some sense into her.
Come on into the library, Casey. It's more cozy in here.
Okay, Sandra. I used to talk to your father in here.
This was Father's favorite room. Sit down.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Not way over there. Here on the sofa with me.
Oh? I imagine you've been in touch with Joe Kirby since I met him at police headquarters yesterday, huh?
I had lunch with him today.
He told me you and he are going to be married. That true?
Why shouldn't it be?
Kirby's a crook. He's a rat and a murderer.
So you've told me before.
He's been lucky and clever, but now he's slipping.
Slipping?
He displayed bad judgment in attempting to have me shot night before last. He displayed even worse judgment when he had Emma Humphreys killed for tipping me off.
He had nothing to do with either of those.
Sandra, get wise to yourself.
How dare you talk to me like that?
What's the matter with... Because I was a friend of your father's. Because I think you're a right kid. Now, you listen to me, Sandra.
Listen to what? I'm not a child. Give me some proof that what you say is true. You told me Joe was responsible for the murder of Sam Alberts. Casey, if you can convince me that he was behind the murder of Alberts, I give you my word that I'll never see him again.
No? You want to know what the cops and I have dug up about the Alberts killing?
It's your duty to tell me.
Yeah. You just made a little mistake, Sandra.
Mistake?
Well, your hammy gestures knocked this lampshade crooked.
Lampshade?
Cute little microphone you have underneath. Let's see where the wire from it leads.
Casey!
I see, a tape recorder. Hidden behind the sofa you insisted that I sit upon. Yes. You were to play nice and find out what had been discovered about the Alberts killing. Kirby had this recording outfit set up and showed you how to work it. Okay, Sandra. I'll leave the thing turned on and give your boyfriend an earful. Kirby, I don't care what happens to Sandra anymore. She's become the same sort of rat that you are. But get this, Kirby. Some way I'm going to pay you off big.
You'll regret that, Casey.
Goodbye, Sandra. You've been the biggest mistake I've made about this case. I'll try not to make any more.
That Sandra Lampson sure turned out to be the bad little babe Miss Williams called her. Huh, Casey?
Yeah.
Oh, don't rub it in, Ethelbert.
Well, she used to be a good kid, Annie.
From what you've told us, Casey, you talked pretty big into that recording machine about paying Kirby off. How are you going to make good?
I don't know. I was sore and shooting my big mouth off.
But you've made his grudge against you more personal than ever. I wish Captain Logan hadn't let you talk him out of having you guarded.
Logan knows I got sources of information that completely dry up if there's a smell of cops around.
You got some crook in mind, Casey?
No. But I passed the word that the paper's willing to pay plenty for information, which it is.
And in the meantime, you may walk into another trap.
Forget it, kid. I'm keeping my eyes open. One of the few times in my life, as a matter of fact, I'm toting a gun.
You really are?
Yeah, Logan insisted on it. The darn thing feels like a lead weight in my pocket. Well, Annie, it's only 8 o'clock. We don't have to go to work till midnight. You'd like to see a movie?
Excuse me.
One down the street.
No, I don't think so, Casey.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking.
Well, why not?
Because I'm so worried about you, I wouldn't enjoy it.
Just a second. You're wanted on the phone, Casey.
Well, who is it?
Well, a guy wouldn't give his name, but he said to tell you it's important.
Oh, probably isn't. Hello, Casey speak. Yeah? Wait a minute. Who is this? Lou? Okay, I'll start right away.
Where are you starting right away?
Well, that was an old pal of mine, Annie. He wanted to see me. I promised to go over to his hotel. Well, I gotta hurry. So long, you two.
So long.
Casey lied to us, Ethelbert.
Miss Williams. I think he did.
Okay, Lou, hop in the car.
Get going quick, Casey. Didn't tell anybody I phoned you.
Nope. I never sing on a tipster.
I've got one that'll make your ears stand out to hear.
Lou, you're one of Joe Kirby's mob. For all I know, you may be planning to pull me into a trap.
I'd figure that way, too, if I was you. Well, here's my gun, Casey. Take it. That proves to you I'm leveling.
Well, it helps. It just happens that I have a gap with me tonight, fella. It's pointed at your belly, under my overcoat. I'm going to continue to keep it handy.
Word's going around that the rag you work for will pay high for information.
That's correct. But I've never known you to sell information.
I'm not selling it now. I'm giving it to you.
I've never known you to give anything either.
That's because up to now I've never had a good enough reason. Casey, I carried a torch for Emma Humphreys.
What, you?
Yeah. Oh, I never got anywhere with her. She was Kirby's gal, and Kirby was my boss. The guy can hope, can't he? I hoped that she'd give me a tumble after the boss began making a play for that Sandra Lamson babe and edging Emma out. I never thought the two of them would kill Emma.
What? The two of them?
Yeah. Kirby made the plan, and the babe did the shooting.
Sandra Lamson?
She hated Emma. She wanted her out of the way. When your paper told how you were saved by a woman's phone call that night, she offered to take Emma for our last ride.
You're sure of that?
I made it my business to be sure. But, look, now I bow out, Casey. You forget I ever talked to you. Payoff's got to be completely yours.
Well, how can I prove anything?
The cops have the bullets that killed Emma, haven't they?
Yes.
You're going to find the gap those slugs were fired from.
And where?
In Sandra Lamson's bedroom in her home. She didn't throw that murder gun away. It's a gold-plated .32 that Kirby had specially made up for her. You'll find it wrapped in a silk nightgown in the second drawer of her bureau.
How can you know that?
I went to her house tonight looking for that gun. I knew this was the servants' night off and that she and Kirby were having dinner together downtown. Then they'll be at the theater for the next couple of hours. You'll have the joint all to yourself. There's a trellis you can climb to her bedroom window.
You might have planted the murder gun in her room yourself, Lou.
Oh, are you still trying to kid yourself? That skirt's on the level?
No, I guess I can't. But I don't trust you, Nicholsworth. So you and I are going there together.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Yes. You'll be just a step ahead of me, Lou. With both your gun and my gun pointed at your back.
I got the window up, Casey.
Keep your voice down, Lou.
I tell you, there's nobody home here.
I will see. Now climb inside. Remember, I'm right behind you with these guns. Close the drapes over that window. And circle your flashlight around.
Okay. You see, we're all alone here.
This the bureau?
Yeah. Second drawer.
You open it.
Sure. Well, here's the little gun wrapped in a nightie, just like I told you. Convinced?
Yeah. You finally sold me on your story, Lou.
Lou's a swell lie.
What?
There's a 44 you feel at your back, Casey. Drop those guns or I'll blow you in two.
Okay, Kirby.
I got him, boss. This is like taking candy from a baby. The boss was waiting for you in that clothes closet, Sap. The boss and...
And me, Casey.
So you're in on this trap, too, son.
I planned it. Give me my gun, Lou. I'm handling this.
Here, Sandra. And go to it.
Switch on the lights so we can take a last good look at this chump.
Sure.
And what a chump you are, Casey. I'll tell the police I thought you were a burglar and that I shot you.
I don't think they'll believe that story.
It'll be impossible to prove that she wasn't just a poor, frightened girl all alone defending her home.
You should have consulted me before you sent those hired gunmen after Casey, Joe. I might have had a simple and workable plan like this to give you then.
I'll consult you about everything from now on, kid.
You weren't allowed in on the first scheme to get rid of me, Sandra, were you?
No. I'm afraid Mr. Kirby didn't altogether trust me until after he heard that tape recording in which you turned on me so unpleasantly.
Well, he should have trusted you after you killed Emma Humphreys.
What a chump this guy is, boss. Still believes some of the yarn I told him.
But you...
I took Emma for our last ride myself. I did the job just like you wanted, didn't I, Kirby?
You've always followed my instructions to the letter, Lou. Casey, how close have you and the cops got to me on the Alberts bump-off?
You'll find out someday.
Didn't expect a different answer from you. Well, I'm not too worried. Get this over with, Sandra.
I will, Joe. Because you've spilled everything I hoped you would.
What?
Put up your hands, you and Lou. Put them up or I'll shoot.
Boss, Sandra.
Get their guns, Casey. The guns they were foolish enough to put back in their pocket.
I got him. My own, too. But what is this?
What I want to know. What is this double cross, Sandra?
The ending of a game I've played ever since you killed my father, Mr. Kirby.
He killed crazy.
No. You drove him to suicide.
Suicide?
My father deliberately drove his car into a tree because Kirby had been blackmailing him to force his consent to our marriage. He left a letter telling me what you've done, Mr. Kirby. A letter I didn't let you know about until now, when I'm able to send you to the chair.
If you think the admission Lou and I made here can convict us of anything, you're nuts. We'll deny everything. My lawyer can make liars out of both of you.
He won't be able to contradict the evidence of your own voices.
Oh,
you taught me the value of recording machines, Mr. Kirby. One hidden under the bed has been recording every word that's been said here.
Boss, you lousy little...
That'll be all from you, Kirby. Sandra, you are one swell little babe. Call the cops.
It was really Sandra Lamson who phoned you the tip that gunmen were laying for you that night, huh, Casey?
Yes, Ethelbert. She had no idea, of course, that Emma Humphreys would be blamed and murdered for that tip. And Sandra purposely exposed the microphone under that lampshade so I'd say, well, only what I did say.
Miss Williams, you sure made a big mistake about that Sandra Lamson.
Yeah.
Well, let's not rub it in, Ethelbert. I'm not going to. It's so easy for these superior females to underestimate the character-reading ability of us men.
Yeah. Women are very complicated females.
Yeah.
You know, men wouldn't have nearly as much trouble if it wasn't for all these women. Why, women... We could get along much, women... They're interesting now, aren't they?
This adventure of crime photographer starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Take this call. In the vicinity of 4913 Dover. That's 4913 Dover. Investigate the unknown trouble. Code 2.
56 to 1 in service. Starting mileage 10,638. 10638.
610-4. Mileage 10,638. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Black sedan, Radio buried in the glove compartment. No identification as a police car. Driving, Sergeant Ron Perkins. Partner, Sergeant Kurt Walter. All of us dressed in civilian clothes, sports suits, overcoats. This is Detective Unit 5-6. So while you're with it...
Did you read 4-7's call on unknown trouble?
5-6, Roger.
5-6, follow up on this investigation.
5-6, Roger. 4913 Dover, right?
5-6, 10-4.
We'll follow up the radio car on unknown trouble. But as I was saying, while you're with us tonight, remember, the people you meet are not actors. You're listening just as it happens. Because this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 5-6 is called, you follow as the official police recorder transcribes the investigation. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 5-6, operating somewhere in the field on an unknown trouble call, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Unknown trouble call.
So you want to take the rear?
Keep our eyes open. Can be anything. Can be nothing. Most of the house is dark. Few lights. 2 uniformed officers taking off from the rear. Check the building out. Flashlights disappearing in the dark. There's a man stepping out of the shadows. Sergeant Perkins going over.
I'm the man that put in the call. Heard a scream and sounded like a body falling.
Where about?
In that little house there in the rear.
Okay, you wait here. We'll check it out. Apparently, disturbance originated in a small house in the rear of the lot. There's a thick growth of trees in front, making our way along the path. Flashlights darting about. Well, nothing yet. Here it is, tiny house. 1, 2 rooms. Light on. Uniformed officers coming up. Bill Hibbard and his partner.
You'll see if you can hear anything. There's some kind of beef in there. Let's go.
Up on the porch.
You having some trouble here? You having some trouble here? Oh, no. We're going to call.
Elderly man in screen. Blood on white shirt.
You having trouble, man?
Yes.
What's his trouble?
Well, he got here at 5:30 and he come...
Elderly woman, about 80. Long flannel nightgown.
I hate it. If you don't take me there, I'm ready to go. Or anywhere else. He does that all the time.
Well, this is going to stop. We can't have any,
You don't know the abuse that I do take. I go along up there, see his cars in the front of those dirt on. Yeah, you see, Sam Spade works all day, and then if I say anything, he just calls me every name and lays tongue to.
I don't say a word under it. She don't talk to me about nothing.
I have to lie.
What happened to blood there? What did you get?
I hate it. I never hate it.
Turn your head around.
Oh, it's just skin.
All right, and I'll tell you what. I want you to go to bed. I want you to go to bed. Don't want any more noise. We don't want any more calls. The neighbors have complained. If we have any more calls down here, we'll have to take somebody to jail.
Well, you tell him to come home like a gentleman and
I'm
treat
telling
me
you
right.
both right now, I'm not going to enter into your...
Treat me right.
I'm not going to enter into your private affairs, your domestic troubles at all. But we're interested in keeping the peace and quiet down here.
That's what I want.
These officers get another call. These officers get another call down here. We'll just take you all into jail.
That's all right. I can be up there
So let you go on and go to bed. And you're in 2 different rooms. You can't argue.
Well, when they come from here, them lights for me going
Listen. Just listen to me a minute. We want to keep it quiet here. There's people in this neighborhood who want to sleep.
That's right.
I do too. Now, if we get another call down here, we're going to take you both down to county jail.
I don't care if you take me
Well, I don't care what you
do. You take me right now. You want to.
You want to be booked? You want to go to jail?
No, I want to
All right, then go to bed and go to
All
sleep.
your friends know about it?
All right, where are you going to sleep? Where are you going to take? Why don't you go in there and shut the door and go to bed, huh?
Yeah, that's what's money. Dinner time.
How long have you been married, sir? How long have you been married, sir?
Well, I'm glad to
50 years. Like 50 years you've been married?
I think some be all.
Well, things will probably be a little different than that. You go in there and go to sleep. Oh, well. Hook it up. Right now. Then we'll leave.
Okay.
Good night.
You better stay. I think I can call me more than my
Husband, heading for bedroom. Well, that should quiet things down. Temporarily.
Okay. Good night. Good night. Hey, you know something, fellas? They've been married 50 years. 50 years? 50 years. Let's see what you're getting into.
I just thank Jay Watch for being drunk. He never has had me. Because I don't do nothing but decent.
Good night. Shut the door. Go to bed. Good night. You're just going one way. 2 years and the other we might have a blonde in the morning. Did you get the impression that that man Davey hit back? I don't know. I don't know whether I'm married or not, no.
Well, I'll give you a rough idea what it's like after 50 years.
After 50 years, I think they deserve to have a fight. Oh, yeah.
Control 1 to all units. Be on the lookout for a light blue sedan, make unknown, contains 1 occupant, partial license number 4 Baker 290. This car wanted by LAPD for armed robbery. KMA 394.
I'll jot that number down, sir. 5-6 to 1, clear on the 214 call. Advise.
5-6-10-4. 5-6-10-19. The juvenile officers would like to see you in the station.
5-6, Roger. Be in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure, Jim. Come on in. Yeah, we'll be glad to.
What's up?
Oh, Ross picked up a couple of 14-year-old boys carrying some liquor. Wants us to talk to them.
Evidently, this was the reason we were asked to return to the station. In plain clothes, 2 jars under his arms. Jim Ross, juvenile officer.
While en route to the station, we saw 2 others walking down the street with carrying what could be possible saps. We stopped and asked them a few questions and see that they were carrying 2 jars of preserves. So to make sure that they were telling us the truth, we opened the jars and it apparently is alcohol or some type of whiskey. So we decided to bring them on in and find out where they got it and what they were going to do with it.
Have you smelled this?
Yes, we checked it. 100 proof.
More than 100 proof.
You want to talk to our suspect in that?
One at a time.
You want to have some?
First boy in office. Butch haircut. High heel boots. Air Force jacket. Eyes glancing from officer to liquor to officer. Sickly smile.
What are those bottles?
There's all sorts of stuff in them.
What?
See, Egg and Hag, Early Times, Sweet Vermouth. Let's see, some gin and some flavoring. Some stuff that's in a light blue bottle that's for putting in Manhattans or something like that.
What are you going to do with it?
We're going to get a little high, and have a good time.
Just the 2 of you?
Mm-hmm.
How often does this go on?
Oh, I don't know. Well, every month, I guess, something like that. Not too much. We don't carry it to success,
How old are you?
14.
How old your buddy?
14 or 15.
Where did you get the whiskey?
In his house.
Take out a bottle at his place? His folks know about it?
His mother left before we got in the bottle. No, she doesn't.
What are your folks going to say?
Well, I don't know. I told my old man, we get around quite a bit together,
You got no business. With that in your possession, you got no business drinking it. If your folks don't see that you refrain from drinking it, I will. You in trouble before?
Yes, sir.
What for?
Stealing the car.
What else?
And that's all.
It doesn't kill you. Have you tasted that?
Mm-hmm. You like it? It's all right, except for the sweet vermouth. You don't like that? No, I like it when it's not involved with whiskey. It doesn't taste too good. It takes the taste out of whiskey. And you're 14? Mm-hmm. How do you know when to stop drinking it? Oh, when we start laughing around, you know. That's about as far as we go. You get pretty drunk, or? No, not to excess where you wake up with a hangover. I think if you drank that, you'd have quite a hangover. Came up in your brain.
So much for the first one. Into the office. Second boy. Concoction mixed at his house. Hair over eyes. Adolescent complexion.
How old are you? 14. What are you doing with that stuff? Drinking. Wine. Kid drunk. Wine. For the fun of it. Your folks know about it? No, sir. Where did you get the stuff? In my house. You been in trouble? Yes, sir. What for? For hit and run in the car and for robbery. Robbery? Mm-hmm. What kind of robbery? Taking money out of lockers at the beach club. And you're how old? 14. Folks aren't home, huh? My mom isn't here. Your dad home? I don't have him. Okay. Put your stuff in your pocket and wait outside. Well, I tell you, good soul's the trouble. Just as blasé as you pick them up for chewing gum. 14 years old. That amount there can make about 5 of them drunk. That amount could make me drunk for a week. Did you smell that stuff? Wine, gin, whiskey, and vermouth. I don't understand it. First kid just, so we caught him. So what? Not much else we can do but welcome and call their parents. Good enough.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. And now it's back to Night Watch, as we return you to headquarters where an investigation is underway, and your official police recorder, Don Reed.
Juvenile officers spent an hour on the phone attempting to locate parents of boys. First boy will have to stay with us overnight. Parents out of town. Located mother of second boy. On her way in the office now. Son behind her. Sheepish grin.
Did your boy tell you what happened on this?
Well, I think I got it.
What do you think happened?
Well, they got in my liquor supply and poured a little bit out of each one and put it in a bottle and were taking it over to this dance, apparently. Like good Hagen scotch.
Maybe you're not aware that apparently this happens quite often. And
oh, right. Well,
actually, the boy didn't commit any crime. He was just possession of an alcoholic beverage.
Well, I know. I mean, it was a very silly thing to do, I think.
And we do have a law against that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be better if you lock up your liquor.
Well, I was going to say, it looks like, I mean, it's a crime, a shame to have to not be able to trust your own boy, but it looks like I'm going to have to put a padlock on the thing.
We're not going to take any further action on this, except we'll put him on a 6 months voluntary probation, and with the idea that he will not do any drinking or be in possession of alcohol. And if he's picked up again, we'll refer back to this, and we'll take legal action by filing a petition with the juvenile court. Do you think that you'll be in here again for the same thing?
No, sir. Well, let's hope he isn't in here for anything again. I mean, that's what I'd like to teach.
Well, drinking in juveniles is a major problem in the United States, especially on the West Coast. And it causes a great deal of trouble. What
do you do with kids in the teens? Shoot them until they're 21 and then dig them back up again or something? But I'm ashamed to walk by a police station anymore. You wonder what you are supposed to do. You try, and you try to do the right thing, and yet it doesn't really make that much difference.
Well, any time that you feel that you can't handle him or he doesn't mind, if you'll just give us a call, we'll be glad to come down and try to...
Well, it isn't bad. I mean, when I tell him, no, he can't do something, that's all right. But, geez, I mean, the minute I let him out again, why, if he starts getting into difficulties,
We don't want to see you in trouble. We're not trying to prosecute you. But you're through as far as your drinking. You're 14 years old. You're through. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Johnny, you can release the second boy. Mother's on her way out. Right. Better go down?
Yeah. You think his mother had a headache? I wonder what would have happened to him if he'd have drank that stuff.
Kurt, let's check this car out. It doesn't look like it belongs here.
Good. 5-1, regarding 459.
Throw your light over here, Kurt. See if you can read that registration. I'll check out the back.
There you go. Hey, that's a blue sedan, too.
Yeah, let's get him. Okay.
Dark sedan. Disappearing around the bend, just see the taillights. Car, similar description used in hold-up tonight in downtown Los Angeles. Cut in our siren. Walter using the hand spotlight with a red lens. Traffic pulling over to the right. Gaining on the suspect's car. He's in the middle lane and really rolling. About 300 yards. Red light pouring in through his rear window. Suspect cut his lights, flipping off in a side street. Running in the dark now. Taking a sharp turn into a driveway. We're bouncing in behind. Guns out. Just one occupant. Perkins getting him out. Walter covering from the right. Suspect out. Hands up.
All right, I got that. I got it covered. Keep your hands out of your pocket.
Shaking down the suspect. Walter searching. Perkins holding a gun on him. Checking the license number of the car. It isn't the one wanted by L.A. for 211. Hold up. Elderly woman. Out of back door. Bathrobe. Curlers.
Okay, put your hands down. Get your driver's license.
Suspect in glare of headlights. About 19. Appears sober. No sign of alcohol. Confused. Eyes glazed. Not sure we're getting through to him.
Chasing him and hitting him. He's my son.
We're not interested whether he's your son or not right now. We're interested in he tried to get away from a police car.
Oh.
What'd you turn your lights off for?
I turned and I came home.
Did you hear our siren?
I heard your siren when it hit me in the mouth. I said I didn't have no jerk checks.
You know what you're required to pull over and stop as soon as you hear a siren?
I pulled over and said to the right. It hit me in the mouth and
You turned your lights off about a block and a half back.
Why did you do that?
I pulled over to the right.
You turned your lights off
stopped.
as you come up the street.
As you understand, some guy was going to...
I understand, but why did you turn out your lights?
Somebody was going to hit me with a ball, hit me in the mouth. He was trying to kill me.
But you knew this was a police unit, didn't you? Sergeant Perkins talking with the mother. Let's move over there.
You know, certain men, he never do no wrong to nobody. He never do no wrong, but he's sick in his head.
No, but when he tries to outrun that siren on the red light. Oh, there's a red light on the car. There's a siren on it. He kept on going, he'd have been shot at.
Yeah. He don't have no gun.
If he hadn't come in here, if he'd gone straight up and turned on Venice, we'd have fired on him.
Well, he's not a thief.
As far as we were concerned, he was hot.
Well, he's not a thief. He's not a
We chased him for a mile, trying to stop him. What do we have to do to stop the man? I don't know what else we can do to identify ourselves but turn a red light on and put a siren.
Well, shoot the tires next. Shoot the tires. You don't have to kill a man for nothing.
Have you ever tried to hit a target at 60 miles an hour? You don't know whether you hit the tire, whether you hit the person or the car.
Well, his mother's advice. Shoot the tires next time he tries to run away. Back to the suspect. Confused expression still there.
You were going the wrong direction for the police department.
I was going to the police department.
You were coming away from the police department. You heard the siren, didn't you?
He threw a bottle at me. I had to get away from there. He kept swinging a bottle at me. He kept kicking at me.
Mother says you got mentally unbalanced. Is that what it is?
He kept
How much did you drink?
There's two over there. Clean across the head.
I don't see no marks on there.
No, there's a big scar all the way across. It puts me over the head with an iron.
There's no lump on there, sir.
There is there.
No, there ain't.
There is there.
Just stay right there.
Suspect claims head wound. Unvisible. Perkins, Walter, off to one side.
He's mentally off a little bit as a result of the war, and he has his asthma. And I think probably in the best interest is just release him to them.
I think that would be the best deal under those circumstances.
Kids here at the house, and the mother and the sister both promised they'd take care of him, see that he wouldn't drive a car again.
Well, he's darn lucky we didn't shoot him.
I know.
I think he'd get worried from that.
And that's his father right there, too, saying release him to him.
Okay. We'll make sure they understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you here. Give us back then.
Right. Move back onto the father and son now.
Here's your driver's license, sir.
Put it back in your pocket. We're going to give you a break on this thing because of the trouble you had down there at the bar. And we want to be sure that you understand. Yes. Don't you ever do that again. When you turn your lights off, when a police car is chasing you, you're just asking for trouble.
Sir, could you do me a favor to go back and see?
All right, we'll drive by there, and if we can find any trouble there, we'll take care of it.
Yes, sir.
But in the future, don't you try to run from a police car.
All right.
And be sure you don't cause any more trouble.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
5-1 requesting 7 alarm. 5-1, okay, 7.
I think we'd better back out a little slower than when we came in here. Oh, clear over here. Well, I saw a lot of guys come out of the war like that.
Me too.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now to headquarters in the office of the Chief of Police, W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation amounted to separating an elderly couple having a quarrel. However, I want to point out that when answering an unknown trouble call, the officers must be extremely alert and on the lookout for anything. The second case of the boys carrying liquor resulted in both subjects being given 6 months probation by our Juvenile Bureau. This case will be filed away with hundreds of other routine investigations, but it is important in the fight against juvenile crime to stop a situation before it gets out of hand. And now the final investigation where Detective Unit 5-6 was in pursuit of a suspect's car, which failed to stop on warning of red light and siren. As you heard, the subject was released to his parents. I realize there are people who might question this decision, but we should remember police work must be mixed with human tolerance. This boy faced a difficult mental problem sustained in the service of his country. Society would have gained little by his arrest. The important thing was he was ordered not to drive, and he was to receive immediate treatments. His parents assumed this responsibility. Incidentally, the officers checked the cafe where the subject claimed he was slugged. They found the whole incident to be a product of his imagination. Tonight, you have followed Detective Unit 5-6 through a few of the problems encountered by your law enforcement officers. To give you a better understanding and insight is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
So long, fellas. See you all in 3 days. I'll be back, you blooming idiot.
Okay, don't take the wooden shillings out there.
Wait a minute, Algie. Wait right here.
Hi, Johnny. Nice of you to come down to welcome me.
Don't give me that welcome talk. You know what I'm here for. Did you bring it with you?
Shh. Somebody'll hear.
Nobody around to hear me. Did you bring it? That's what I want to know.
I've got it all right, Johnny. Be at my room at 9 o'clock tonight. I'll let you look at it. Only there are 2 other gentlemen who'll be bidding for it, too.
So they'll be bidden.
Yeah.
One thing I'm guaranteeing, Algie. I'm the guy that's going to get it.
Hello, Algie.
Oh, it's Mr. Burke.
That's right, Algie, Mr. Burke. Your ship docked a little while ago. I was watching you when you got off.
I was going to call you as soon as I got my room here, Mr. Burke. Honest, I was.
Perhaps you were. I hope you were, for your sake. Did you bring it with you, Algie?
Aye, but Mr. Burke, you'll have to come here tonight to see it. As you probably know, there are 3 of you gentlemen who want it.
Sure. Johnny Peters, Reginald Sands, and me.
That's right.
I know they both want it.
Mr. Burke, Johnny seems to be sure he's the one that's going to get it.
Algie, please listen and remember this.
Yeah?
If Johnny Peters gets it, you're going to get it right between the eyes.
Hello.
Algie?
Speaking.
Ah, Reginald Sands, Algie, old boy.
Oh, hello.
Well, I see you've arrived on schedule.
Oh, we docked a couple of hours ago.
Very good, old fellow. And, you brought it ashore safely?
I've got it. And it's safe enough right here with me.
Well, really, old bean, that's top-hole. Better keep it with you until I have a chance to get down there, Algie. I want to see it. More than that, I want to buy it.
You'll have to get online, Mr. Sands. You're not the only one who wants the diamond, you know.
Yes, I know. That stone is very much in demand.
That's right.
But, Algie, old top, it had better be me who gets it, because if I don't, you'll have another kind of stone for your very own. A tombstone.
Well, by
Vance, this is the room where the body was discovered. I'll bring you up to date as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Markham. But let me tell you first what I know.
All right.
The dead man was Algie Corcoran, a steward on a transoceanic liner. He'd been suspected of smuggling, but nothing was ever proven.
Right. Now, smuggling doesn't come under my authority as district attorney, but some of Algie's playmates are pretty rough characters, I understand. He was found shot to death right here last night. His boat docked yesterday afternoon.
What kind of a gun was used?
A Webley, English gun.
Oh?
This particular model was at least 12 years old, ballistic show. Nothing unusual was in the room except a tea kettle on the portable stove and 2 teacups which had held tea that had been drunk. But there were no fingerprints on one cup.
The one the murderer drank from. If the dead man had, there'd be no purpose in wiping off the fingerprints. Right, Markham.
No question about that now. Well, Vance, as usual, we give you nothing to work on, but that hasn't stopped you in the past.
There's a first time for everything, my friend. Tell me this. What ship did Algie work on?
The SS Simplon from London.
There was a jewel robbery in London about 2 weeks ago in which the famous 40-carat Elton diamond was stolen. Algie is a suspected smuggler.
I see what you mean.
For a case that seemingly has no clues, Markham, I'd say we have rather a clear picture of what happened. Now let's see what progress we can make.
Well, come, old man. It can't take all that time.
No. You ever try to cut a 40-carat diamond, Mr. Sands?
I steal them. Cutting them is your department.
I've got to be very careful. You want this stone split exactly in half so it will no longer be recognized as the Elton diamond, but can be sold for matched earrings. 2 20-carat stones will bring you almost as much as 1 40-carat one.
Yes, and it'll be a whole lot less recognizable, old fellow. All right, go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
I'm almost finished. I'll put the Elton in this vise. Put my diamond cutter right here. And just tap it once with this mallet. That ought to do it.
Good.
Where'd you get the diamond, Mr. Sands? It was lifted in London 2 weeks ago.
I know. Never mind where I got it. Go ahead, old fellow. Tap it again with that thing, please.
Very well. Here goes. The lights. Who turned out the lights? Mr. Sands, we're in the dark.
It seems as if I'm in a bit of a predicament. I can't see you, but look, whoever you are in this room, let's make a bargain. I'll give you half of everything.
He'll give me half.
That you, Joe?
It's me, Edna. What a day.
Busy?
And how? What's for dinner?
I won't tell you. It's a surprise. All right?
Sure, then. I have a surprise for you, too.
Oh, let me see.
Later.
Honey, no teasing.
Honey, no begging.
Oh, please, if it's a surprise, let me see it. Please, Joe.
What's for dinner?
Roast beef. Now, what's your surprise?
These.
Oh, Joe.
Pretty, aren't they, Edna?
Yeah.
2 perfectly matched 20-carat stones. Had to kill a man to get them.
Oh, the stones are lovely. I've never seen such fire.
Had to knock out a guy, too. Killed the fellow who cut the stones, knocked out the guy who lifted them from Algie Corcoran. The steward you read about?
The one that was killed? Sure, I read about him. Oh, Joe, these stones are the most beautiful I've ever seen.
Well, you keep admiring them. I'm going and wash up. I'll be out in a minute, and the roast beef better be ready and good.
Oh, it will be, Joe. You can be sure of that.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, my name is Enton Burke. My husband is Joe Burke. He just killed a man.
What did you say?
I said my husband killed a man, a diamond cutter, he said.
Where is he now?
He's washing up. He can't hear me with the water running. Vance, I've been saving your telephone number, waiting for something like this. You've got to catch Joe, and then I'll be rid of him once and for all.
Where are you?
Harris Apartments. Hurry up, Vance.
I'll be there with the district attorney Markham inside half an hour. Goodbye.
That wasn't very nice, Edna.
Joe.
I heard, honey. I heard everything.
Oh, no,
You told Vance to come over, and then you'll be rid of me once and for all.
No, I didn't.
You know, it seems to me that when he gets here, it'll be the other way around. There's the apartment door, Markham.
Yes.
I only hope that Joe Burke didn't overhear his wife talking to me on the telephone.
We'll know in a minute, Vance.
That we will. If he did hear her, he'd think nothing of killing her. I'm sure of that.
Hear anything, Vance?
Not yet.
Thanks. Thank goodness you've come.
Where is he, Mrs. Burke?
In here. Come in, please.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Burke.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where's your husband?
There he is, lying on the floor over there. He's dead. I shot him.
What is this, Mrs. Burke?
He heard me phoning Vance. He tried to kill me. We struggled, and his gun went off, and he dropped. I know I should be hysterical and all that, but I'm not the type. He tried to kill me. He got killed. That's all there is to it.
I wouldn't say that. There's a whole lot more to it than that. You said he told you we killed a diamond cutter.
Yeah.
Well, a diamond cutter was found dead this afternoon. We suspected he may have been used to cut up the Elton diamond, and then was killed.
I don't know anything about that.
Your husband didn't mention anything about any diamond?
Not a thing. Oh, here's my husband's gun. I took it from him after he fell.
I think you'll find it's the one used to kill the diamond cutter, Markham, but not the one that killed the British steward.
You're right, Vance. This is an American-made automatic. However, Burke might have used another gun to murder Algie Corcoran.
Perhaps. Mrs. Burke, did your husband drink tea?
Are you kidding? He never drank tea.
Well, in that case, Markham, we'll have to look for another murderer.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? What can I do for you, please?
I'd like to know if you'd be interested in buying a pair of perfectly matched diamonds.
Diamonds? How big, please?
20 carats each.
20 carats?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot. Stolen, of course.
Does that make any difference?
Not to me. You would want a lot of money for them.
Oh, they're worth a lot. Here, take a look for yourself.
Very beautiful. It would take some time for me to get rid of these.
Put them away. Somebody's coming in.
Somebody is in, Mrs. Burke. Somebody named me.
Vance, you followed me.
That's a logical conclusion. Yes, I did. And I'll take those stones if nobody minds.
Mister, you're the police. Take them. I know nothing about them. This lady brought them in. She asked me to buy them.
All right, I have nothing against you. Well, Mrs. Burke, apparently you left out part of your story, didn't you?
Vance, I told you the honest truth. Joe did try to kill me, and the gun did go off while we were struggling. Afterwards, I got the idea of taking these 2 stones, but the rest of the story was the truth. I swear it was.
Take it easy, Mrs. Burke. You weren't the hysterical type. Remember, that's what you told Markham and me. Just relax. And the 5 of us will take a trip to Mr. Markham's office.
The 5 of us?
Yes, this gentleman and the 2 stones and myself. I imagine he'll be glad to see us all.
I beg your pardon, old boy, but I'll have to deny the district attorney that pleasure. I'll take the stones.
Who are you?
Well, it wouldn't matter if I told you my name, because to be perfectly frank, old man, I change it almost as often as I change my shirt. But I'll take those stones, old fellow. Now.
Please, Mr. Vance, give them to me. He'll start to shoot if you don't.
Oh, there's no question about that. Well, then?
Well, I don't have any choice in the matter. Here they are.
Oh, no, don't throw them. I know all the tricks. Just leave them on the counter and walk away 3 steps with your back toward me. That's it. Now, all of you, walk.
Well, I should say we ought to walk, Mrs. Burke.
Okay.
Oh, quite the gentleman, aren't you, Vance, old boy? Quite a smart gentleman, too. And now I'll just take these diamonds. Actually, they belong to me, by the way.
There's a family in London that might dispute that statement.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Let us just say that I'm the American owner. It was I who had them when we, the diamond cutter and I, were hijacked by this lady's husband, Joe Burke. I knew he was after the stones. And I was watching his house and followed Mrs. Burke when she left with you after her.
We made quite a parade, I imagine.
Yes, all we needed was a banner and a band.
You say those stones belong to you, that you're the American owner?
Yes.
Does that mean you killed Algie Corcoran to get them?
The resourceful, redoubtable Philo Vance asked as leading a question as that. Why, it's hard to believe you'd be that obvious, Vance.
I apologize.
I accept your apologies.
I promise not to ask any more questions. And I promise you this. Within 24 hours, I'll have all the answers to this case, including knowing who you are and proving you killed Algie, if you did.
This is District Attorney Markham. The teacup murder case opened with the killing of Algie Corcoran, suspected smuggler. His murderer, we're sure, drank a cup of tea either before or after killing him and stealing the famous Elton diamond, which we are sure Corcoran brought across with him. Vance knows that the Elton has been cut up into 2 separate stones to prevent identification and was on the trail of the stones when he was held up. And they were taken from him by a man whom he didn't know but who spoke with a marked British accent. He has promised to report any new developments to me, and I expect to be in touch with him any minute.
Markham speaking. Aren't you, Vance? Yes, Markham. I've made several very interesting conjectures about this case, and I'd like to tell you about them.
Where are you now?
At home, but we can discuss this over the phone.
All right.
In my opinion, the teacup we found at Corcoran's room is the key to this entire case, Markham.
That's what I believe when you asked me to name it the Teacup Murder Case for our records, but I'm not sure of the exact significance of the cup.
I'll explain that to you, but apparently I can't do it now. All I'll tell you is a very apparent fact. The killer is British. There's someone at my door. I'll check back with you later, Markham.
Do that, Vance. Bye.
Goodbye.
Vance, let me in, please.
Well, come in, my friend. Sorry to see you so badly beaten up, but it's nice to see you without a gun in your hand. Here, sit down right there.
Thank you. You recognize me, don't you?
Yes. You're the man who held me up at the diamond store and took the 2 stones from me. What happened to you? To them? And to your British accent?
Look, I'm going to give you that straight, Vance, because I need help. I was taking those diamonds back to my place when I got slugged and beaten up. Who it was that clipped me, I don't know, but he sure did a good job.
Yes, he did. By the way, who are you?
My name is Sands, Reginald Sands. That's my current name, anyhow. I used to work the boats. I'm a card man.
Cheating passengers in fixed games.
No, the games weren't fixed, just the cards.
No.
Anyhow, I got to meet Algy Corcoran on board one trip, and I knew he was going to grab the Elton diamond over there and peddle it here, so I wanted to buy it.
So you went down to his room, killed him, and took it.
Look, let's not start that over again, Vance. The important thing is that I haven't got the Elton stones. And I don't want the guy who has them to keep them.
Understandable, of course. And it's also understandable why you don't go to the police with your problem. By the way, what happened to your British accent?
Oh, it was knocked out of me by the guy who clipped me. See, I was born in Illinois, Vance, but I put on a phony accent when I worked the boats. You'd be surprised how a British accent can help me in my work, Vance.
Well, let's not discuss that now. Just give me an idea as to who might have done that manual tattoo work on your face.
Could have been only one guy. Johnny Peters.
That's a new name to me. Who's he?
Look, Algy told me 3 guys wanted the Elton. Joe Burke, he's dead, me, and Johnny Peters. I have a hunch Peters is the character that did a job on me. And I'll tell you where you can find him.
Do that. And once I get in his apartment, I'll find what I can get out of him.
Hey, let's see you do that dance you do at the club, baby.
Okay.
Only this time, nobody's going to be watching except me. Here, I'll turn on the phonograph. Hey, what kind of record is that?
Oh, Johnny, cutie, I put that on while I was waiting for you to come home. Leave it. So, classical.
Who needs it? I want something with a beat so you can hook.
Oh, yeah.
What's the use of having a girlfriend who can hop the buck if you can't watch her every once in a while? Like now, huh?
Oh, I'll dance for you, Johnny. Anytime. Give me another glim at those diamonds you got, will you, huh?
What's it worth to you?
This. Let's see the rocks, Johnny. Just once more, huh? I won't touch them. Just let me look, huh?
Okay. There you are.
Gee. Oh, look what happens when the light hits them. They sparkle just like rhinestones. Gee, I'd like a costume made of them.
Oh. All she wants is a costume made of 20-carat diamonds. Right away, baby. I'll make you one with my own lily white hands. Right away.
Oh, they sure are pretty.
They sure are.
Yeah.
A couple of guys have been killed for these rocks. One guy got beaten up pretty bad on account of them. But I got him. And I'm going to keep him.
Who's that?
I don't know. Kill that phonograph while I stash these stones and find out.
Okay, I will.
Now let whoever it is try to find him. If that's what he's looking for.
Where'd you put him, Johnny?
Baby, do you see any green in my eyes?
I know.
Think I'd trust you?
Johnny,
Shut
you
up. Well, I see who's at the door. I got nothing to hide from nobody now. Well, who are you?
My name is Vance. Nice of you to ask me in.
I didn't ask you nothing, much less in. What do you want, Vance?
Well, right at the moment, I want to know why you're wearing adhesive tape on your right hand.
I cut myself when I was shaving.
On your hand?
I'm the neat type. What's it to you, Vance?
I'm looking for the Elton diamond, only it's 2 diamonds now. And I'm also looking for a killer. I think I'll find both together.
Well, don't look at Baby there. She don't know the right time.
Who don't? It's 8:30.
You see what I mean, Vance?
I'm not interested in her right now. It's you I want to talk to. You're Johnny Peters.
So?
So I don't think you'll mind if I look around your apartment, do you?
Oh, but I do. Very much.
In that case, please stop me. Please try, I mean. It would make me very happy.
Never let it be said that I didn't try to make a guy happy. How's for this, Vance? Laughing yet?
No, but I'm going to be enjoying myself for the next few minutes. I can see that.
Cut it out! Stop it! Kill him, Johnny!
Well, that's that.
You hurt him. Vance, you killed him. Oh, you murderer, you. Gee, you got nice eyes.
The better to see that telephone with, my dear. Excuse me just a second. You'd better get some water and throw it in your boyfriend's face.
Oh, sure. I'll get some right away.
Markham speaking.
This is Vance. Markham, can you reach Mrs. Joe Burke?
Yes, she's in custody. She'll have to stand trial for her husband's death, you know.
Well, I want you to have her down in your office. You had Sergeant Heath pick up a fellow named Reginald Sands at my apartment. Have him there, too.
All right. When will you be here?
As soon as I can make it. And I'll have company with me. A mug named Johnny Peters. The one person who killed Algie Corcoran and started us on this case is included in the 3, Markham. It's either Mrs. Burke, Peters, or Sands. I don't know which one it is, but I guarantee I'll know 20 minutes after I get to your office. Come on, Peters, don't make me drag you in. You're too heavy.
You've hit awful hard, Vance. I don't hardly know where I am.
You're outside District Attorney Markham's office. And in a second, you'll be in there. Like now. Sit over there, Johnny. That seat right there.
Okay, what can I lose? Hi, Sands.
Hi.
You look like you ran into a truck. What happened to you?
You look like you met the same truck.
Hello, Mrs. Burke.
What did you want me here for, Vance?
You'll find out. Thank you, Markham, for the trouble I put you to.
No trouble, Vance. Well, what happens now?
A little experiment. I have 3 lists of girls' names on these sheets of paper in my pocket. One goes to each of my suspects. Here you are, Mrs. Burke.
What do I do with it?
I'll tell you later. Yours, Peters.
Gee, this is what I've always wanted. A piece of paper.
Your list, Mr. Sands.
Thanks so much.
Mrs. Burke, read me the names on that paper.
Yeah.
Keep going till I stop you.
Okay. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace.
That's enough.
Okay.
Mr. Peters?
How do you know I can read?
Can you?
Sure. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Evelyn, Frances, Grace,
Hold it.
Harriet. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Sands?
My turn, huh?
That's right.
All right. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace, Harriet, more, Vance?
No, thank you, Mr. Sands. You've gone far enough. Markham, you can make your arrest now.
I don't doubt it. But which one is the killer we're looking for?
Couldn't you tell, Markham? Why, the murderer is Johnny Peters, of course. Markham, I know you want an explanation, and you're entitled to one.
I not only want it, Vance, I need it. Why were you so sure the murderer had to be Johnny Peters?
To begin with, I was always certain the killer of Algie Corcoran was an Englishman. That required no genius. The weapon used, a 12-year-old Webley, was British. The fact that he drank a cup of tea with his victim while either about to murder Algie or right after was another indication that he was British.
So far, so good. But how'd you know Peters was English? He certainly didn't sound it when he talked.
Finding which of our suspects was English was the hard part of this case. Peters had been over here a number of years, Markham, long enough to lose his accent when he talked.
Yes.
But not long enough to lose his inclination for tea, and when he read, the fact that he was English reached right out and asserted itself.
Of course, you know that I don't know how it did.
The pronunciation of the name Evelyn, Markham. The English don't say Evelyn, they say Evelyn.
Of course.
That's how Peters pronounced it when he was reading that list of names I prepared for just that purpose.
Well, I'll be darned. His confession proves you were right, of course, and we found the diamonds in his apartment, but I'm still not clear on the mechanics of this case. What actually happened that night in Algie's room?
Very simple, Markham. Algie sold the Elton diamond to Reginald Sands. Sands left, and in came Peters. Algie made him tea, and then announced he'd sold the Elton to Sands. Furious at what he considered a double cross, Peters shot Algie with his Webley pistol. A gun he carried because he'd had it for so long he knew it couldn't be traced.
Then he wiped his fingerprints from the teacup he used and left.
Yes. Now, before he'd reached Algy's, Joe Burke, who was later killed by his wife, called Algy, and Algy told him he'd sold the Elton diamond to Sands. Follow that?
Yes, of course.
Well, the rest we know. Sands took the stone to be cut. Joe Burke came in, shot the cutter, and knocked out Sands. He came home, and his wife called us. What followed after that, you know.
That I do, and it isn't the only thing I know either. I know this is the end of the Teacup murder case.
Calling all detectives. The marks on a murdered girl's throat indicated that she could only have been killed while flying through the air. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. When it comes to crimes of violence, you'd think nothing could surprise a man like me, Jerry Browning, private detective. When Wits Brothers Combined Circus comes to town, you can find me right there at its first performance, and at as many others as I can steal time to attend. And what I like best about the Wits Brothers Circus are the 5 flying Philippes. For my money, the best high trapeze act in the business. But when I headed for the circus grounds the third night it was in town, what took me there was murder. Sitting in the police car alongside of me, Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide told me,
"I called you in on this, Jerry, because you once said you knew Angela Felipe."
Sure, Dawson, I knew her. But no better than the 2 brothers and the 2 outsiders they have working with them.
You mean it's not all one family?
I shook my head. How many of those troops aren't? They just use a family name. Tonio Felipe runs the act. He's the older brother. Pietro is the younger. They hire Shander Torkel and Jim Malone to fill out the act.
Jim Malone, eh? It's the only American name in the lot. He'll probably turn out to be guilty.
We found the body of Angela Felipe where it had been discovered, on the sawdust floor of the main ring. After the crowd left, she and Torkel and Malone had practiced a new stunt for a while on the high trapeze. An hour later, the 2 Felipe brothers found her body in the sawdust. She'd been strangled. Dawson, come here a minute.
What'd you find, Jerry?
Fingerprints on her throat. Notice anything peculiar about them?
The marks are awful strong. Is that what you mean?
I shook my head. No. I mean the position of the fingers on the throat. Thumb and fingers all pointing down, as though her throat had been gripped from above. Dawson stared at the marks.
Yeah, of course. Jerry, she was strangled up on the trapeze by somebody who, instead of gripping her by the hands, grabbed her by the neck.
The marks on a strangled woman's throat indicated that she'd been choked while on the flying trapeze. Tonio Felipe explained how it could be done.
It's no difficult. The man, he hangs by his knees. And when Angela, she comes from the other trapeze, he's gonna grab the wrist. He's across the fingers over the throat from above. Always I tell Angela, someday this Malone, he's gonna kill her.
I walked over to Malone. How do you account for what happened, Jim?
I don't know what happened, Mr. Browning. Shander Torkel and I were working with Angela on the high trapeze. After a while, Shander left, and
Then she sent me away, said she wanted to limber up.
You admit you were alone with her?
Of course I do, but I didn't kill her. Mr. Browning, I loved Angela. She said she'd marry me at the end of the season. Why would I kill her?
Dawson had an answer for that one.
Because she changed her mind. Her brothers were against the marriage, talked her out of it, so you killed her. Come on, Malone, I'm booking you for murder.
Yeah, they booked him the next morning. But I wasn't satisfied. Look, Dawson, one of the other members of the troupe could have come back after Malone left. One of her brothers, or even this Shander Torkel guy nobody's been paying any attention to.
Yeah? Torkel's married, has a wife and 3 kids in Dayton, Ohio. And the brothers were together every minute of the time. If either one did it, they both did it. And 2 husky guys don't have to strangle a girl on a high trapeze. They can wait and catch her on the ground.
That's right, but Malone is husky, too. So why wouldn't he wait until she was on the ground?
Because he did it on a spur of the moment. Now get out of here and stop bothering me. I'm busy.
I drove on out to the circus grounds. It was still early. The crowd hadn't begun to arrive yet, though the sideshows with their freaks were already open to catch stray dimes. Tommy Oldine, a concessionaire I knew slightly, came up to me.
I hear they booked Malone for Angela's murder, did right?
I nodded. Yeah. But I'm not convinced he did it, Tommy. Oldine shrugged.
Wouldn't blame him if he did. She kept that poor guy on the string for years, promising to marry him so he wouldn't leave the act, then flirting with half a dozen other guys and all that.
That's fine. You've just pushed Malone one step nearer to the chair.
All right, this way, folks. See the Congress of Freaks. The girl with no head. Aunt Tilda, fattest woman on earth. Mr. Tom Thumb Jr., smaller than his pappy. And Big Bill Bullinger, tallest man on earth. Stands 8'7" in his bare feet.
I put down my dime, strolled on inside. I watched a sword swallower, looked at the girl with no head, it was done with mirrors, and stopped before Big Bill Bullinger. He wasn't 8 feet tall, even with cowboys' high-heel boots, but he was big, around 7 feet, and unlike most giants, built in proportion.
Big Bill will now demonstrate his strength by bending an iron bar into a horseshoe.
He bent it all right. And when I picked up the bar, tested it, that was one stunt not done with mirrors. I hung around until the big show drew the crowd away, then went up to the giant. Bill, it might be a good idea for you to tell me where you were last night after the show. He laughed.
Ain't nobody big enough to make Big Bill tell anything, sonny.
I laughed, too. Okay, Bill. But I figure this way. Angela had you on a string, same as Jim Malone and others on the lot. But you aren't accustomed to being dusted off. So, when she got bored with you and told you to run along, you strangle her. You stand mighty high in those boots, and when you strangle a small girl, you reach down to do it, your fingers pointing downward.
You're talking, but you can't prove it.
Sure I can. Your fingerprints are on her throat. The punch he threw at me would have killed an ox if the ox stood still long enough. Me, I stepped aside, pulled my blackjack. Who am I to trade punches with a guy who claims to be over 8 feet tall? The giant was still out cold when the cops arrived, but when he awoke, it took 6 of them to get him into the wagon. He confessed readily enough. Those fingerprints on Angela's throat convinced him there was no use lying. There were no fingerprints, of course, only bruises. But they didn't tell him that for quite a while, and by then he'd spilled everything, including the fact that he deliberately killed her that way to throw suspicion on Malone. Like I said, it makes no difference which way you approach crime. The way to the cell is always straight ahead. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 1 week from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Sound and the Unsound.
You know, in my business, you get to the point where you think you've seen everything. In fact, you get there at least twice a week. This time I was sure of it. It was 10 o'clock at night, and stretched across my apartment door was the settee that customarily covered the frayed carpet about 10 paces down the hall. And stretched across the settee was a sturdy female in her twilight years. She was sound asleep. Hey, lady. Hey, lady, come alive. Huh?
Oh.
Madam, you're sleeping in my doorway.
Oh, evening, Mr. Marlowe. Well, I must have dozed off. What time is it?
About 10. May I ask what's the idea?
Oh, 10 o'clock, you don't say.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have slept, I don't suppose, except the light's bad in this hall, not fit for reading, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, well, I'll speak to the landlady. Now,
Well, I guess I'd better put this settee back where it belongs. I hauled it up to your door so I wouldn't miss you. I can haul it back just fine.
Yeah, I know, but you...
There. Now then, you remember me, don't you, Miss Marlowe? Lucille Bellows?
Well,
Letty Parmley's friend, remember? She introduced me to you one day in the supermarket. We all began to talk.
Oh, sure. We had fun, didn't we?
Oh, we sure did.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, before I forget it, Homer's gone now, you know.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. 4 months tomorrow. Thought you'd want to know.
Oh, I want to know that, sure.
Don't really suppose I'd have to bother you if he was still around, but since he isn't, I just came right to you the moment I couldn't stand it any longer.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did. Might as well go into my apartment and talk about it, huh?
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you, but we'd save a lot of time if we'd just drive right over to the court now. That way you'd be there when it happens.
Drive over to be there when it happens.
I own that nice little bungalow court just off Fountain and Franklin, you know. Won't take us no time to get there if you've got a car.
I've got a car. How did you get here?
Walk. Do it every evening. Take a nice, brisk constitutional. Keeps an old lady like me in fighting trim. How much do you weigh, Mr. Marlowe?
About 190. Why?
Bet I can lift you.
It just seemed smarter all the way around to drive Lucille Bellows back to her nice little bungalow court. My memory wasn't as vivid as hers. I didn't remember Letty Parmley or our hysterical rendezvous in the supermarket or Homer or even Lucille. But the promise of my usual fee made that unimportant. Of two things I was certain: I'd never forget Lucille again, and she probably could lift me. I was still in the dark about everything else as the two of us entered our bungalow at the far end of the court. It was pure Grand Rapids and spotless.
You just take that blue chair, Mr. Marlowe. I think that's the best seat. Leastwise, that's where I'm always sitting when it happens.
When what happens?
The sounds. Good criminally. Don't tell me I haven't told you about them.
Well, you've been so busy telling me about everything else.
Yes, but this is important.
Ah.
You see, for the last few nights, I've been hearing these strange sounds coming from Mr. Rogers' bungalow. That's the one right next door.
Well, maybe Mr. Rogers is just a little noisy. Huh?
No. The thing is, he isn't even home. Been out of town all week on location. He's one of them grips at the studio.
Ah. He lives alone, does he?
I should think so. He's a bachelor. I keep thinking him and that Barbara Curtis will get married, but they don't. She comes in every so often and cooks him a nice dinner. Lovely girl. Just lovely. He's so handy around the place, you know, always painting and
about
fixing up
the noises, Mrs. Bellows. What do they sound like?
Well, sir, they're just downright strange. Sort of a tapping sound. Thought it was the plumbing there at first. Homer used to be good at fixing the plumbing, and I thought about calling him to check it for
wait a
me.
minute.
And then
Just a minute, please. Isn't Homer dead?
Did I tell you that?
Well, you said he was gone.
Oh, well, perfectly logical if you thought so, Mr. Marlowe. Sometimes I tell folks he's dead and gone. Sometimes I tell them he's thicker than a horse and I got him in a sanitarium. But the plain, bald-faced truth is, Homer just up and walked out on me 4 months ago tomorrow.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well, you know, sometimes I am, too. Most time I'm not, though. But don't think I don't realize I might be imagining these sounds, Mr. Marlowe. I'm getting along in years, and it's just as possible it can be... There she goes. What do you make of that?
I don't know. Sounds like someone's tapping along the wall. You've got a pass key, I suppose?
Sure, I'll wear it right around the neck.
Good. Come on, let's go.
By George, I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Better give me the key. We don't know what we'll run into.
Just put me out of your mind, Mr. Marlowe. I'm safe as here as anywhere.
Okay, watch it, though. I think I saw a light in the back. I'm not sure.
I'll get the lights ready.
All right.
No one in the living room anyway.
That you, Barbara?
Great Scott, that's you, Mr. Rogers?
Hello. Hello.
I thought you was away on location.
Well, I just got in town a few minutes ago. The boss needed something for the company. He sent me in to get it.
Well, sakes alive. Well, I'm that embarrassed at barging in on you this way. Oh, this is Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Clinton Rogers.
How do you do,
Well,
Marlowe?
I don't blame you for looking confused the way you do, Mr. Rogers. I might just as well face up to it. For the last few nights, I've been hearing some pretty strange tapping sounds coming out of your place here. And I made up my mind I'd call my old friend Mr. Marlowe here to investigate them for me.
Oh, I see.
Say, you don't look too good, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, I'm fine. Well, we've been working pretty hard. I'm just tired, that's all.
Well, you see, we heard those tapping sounds a while ago, Mr. Rogers, and then a duller, heavier sound just before we came over.
And I must say, we didn't hear you come home, Mr. Rogers.
Well, I came in the back way. The sounds you heard, Mr. Marlowe, I must have made them. I guess I dropped my suitcases pretty hard. I'm tired, like I said. I hope it didn't bother you.
Yeah, but what about the tapping along the wall?
I can't imagine what that could have been. I didn't hear it.
Mrs. Bellows?
Why, Mr. Larry, what on earth?
The door was open. I saw you in there. I must speak with you, Mrs. Bellows. Well, I simply must speak with you.
Well, all right, Mr. Larry. We sure were just thinking of you, Mr. Rogers, when we blew in here unannounced, you know.
Sure, I know, Mrs. Bellows, and thanks.
Don't mention it. I'll be in my bungalow if you want me, Mr. Marlowe.
That's fine, Mrs. Bellows. Well, do you think we ought to take a look around, Rogers?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Marlowe. Mrs. Bellows could have imagined all those noises, you know.
Yeah, she could, but I couldn't. Anyone else got a key to your place here?
Why?
Barbara Curtis, for instance?
Mrs. Bellows told you.
Yeah.
No, but Barbara knows where I keep the extra key outside. But as far as I know, she's out of town, too.
By the way, what studio are you with?
Imperial.
Uh-huh.
Look, Mr. Marlowe, I'm really pretty tired. There's nothing wrong here, I'm sure, so...
So it's okay with you if I leave now, huh?
Well, I just...
All right, Rogers. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Bellows tells me you're a pretty handy guy around the house, painting, keeping things fixed up, all that.
Yeah, I guess I am. Why?
Well, you just probably haven't had time to fix that crack in the plaster there running up from the hall closet.
Why, no, I haven't. I'll have to get to that soon, too.
Mm-hmm. That's been nice seeing you, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, same here.
You plan to stay in town?
Oh, sure. I'll be in town. All night.
There was something eating at Clinton, Rogers, something pressing, but he wasn't talking about it, not to me anyway. I knew one thing. He'd never seen that crack in the plaster until I pointed it out to him. It was on the wall next to Lucille Bellows' bungalow, and it was the kind of crack that could be made if someone tapped along the wall looking for something. So much for deduction. I went back to check in and out with Lucille.
I'm just real sorry, Mr. Marlowe. Maybe it's all been over nothing at all.
Well, Mr. Rogers will be home all night, so if you hear anything, just pound on his wall.
Well, if he's going to be here, I'll feel better. I really will.
Say, how about your friend who called you out of Mr. Rogers' bungalow a while back?
Mr. Larry?
Yeah.
Well, now, he's a nice soul. Not the protective sort a woman usually sets her cap for, but Lord Almighty, I'm strong as an ox, you know.
Yes, I know.
Of course, I don't think he makes a dime. Mr. Larry's in women's hats, you know.
No, but I could have guessed.
Just why I'd hold out for a man who could support me, I couldn't tell you.
Well, you look as though you've done all right by yourself.
Well, I have, matter of fact. Got myself quite a little nest egg. Want me to show it to you?
No, I'll take your word for it. Hey, wait a minute. You don't keep any amount of money here in the house, do you?
Sure, keep it in the cigar box right up in the storage part of that hall closet there. Oh, safest place in the world.
Yeah, well, it's your money.
Well, just could take it to the bank, maybe tomorrow, if you feel better about it.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, before I go, are all the bungalows alike?
Just like.
All have that storage space in the hall closet.
That's right. A little trap door thing at the top of the closet. It's like a little attic, you know. You can stash a lot of stuff up there if you're of the mind.
Yeah, I guess you can. Well, I think I'll go now, Mrs. Bellows. Give me a call tomorrow, will you?
Yes, sure will. And I'll have your pay for you then, if that's all right with you.
Oh, sure. It's just fine. Good night, Mrs. Bellows.
Good night, Mr. Marlowe, and a million thanks. Just a million.
My pleasure, Mrs. Bellows.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, Mr. Larry, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. I know who you are. I mean, the Philip Marlowe and all that.
And all that. Well, that's good. Now we know each other. Huh?
I've really become quite chilled waiting for you to come from Lucille's.
Is that what you waited to tell me?
Certainly not. Confidentially, Mr. Marlowe, I know something that may interest you.
Oh?
Well, it's quite obvious to me that something's going on around here. Something odd, I mean.
Are you closing in on a point? Because I wouldn't want you to get any more chills.
Very well, Mr. Marlowe. I'll be pleased. But it just may interest you to know that I've seen Homer around here. Quite a bit in the last few days. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know. What do you make of it?
Well, I don't know. I must say, I thought it would mean something to you.
Yeah, well, it might mean more to Lucille. Why don't you just trot in and tell her all about it?
Well, I will. I'll just do that. And I'm sure I'll never trouble you with any of my ideas again, Mr. Marlowe. Goodness.
Yeah, well, Lucille's as strong as an ox. Oh, that bed's going to look real good. Hey!
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, CBS Radio puts out the welcome mat for three of its greatest stars tomorrow night. Jack Benny and his gang start the new season. My Friend Irma becomes a regular Sunday feature on CBS Radio, and Tony Martin will rejoin Joe Stafford on the Contented Hour. Be listening for Tony and Irma on most of these same stations, and Jack over them all. More than ever before, CBS Radio is the star's address. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Sound and the Unsound.
The scream was Lucille's. The shots could have been anybody's. The little bungalow court came alive as I raced back up the sidewalk to Lucille's bungalow. The lights came on in every unit except one. Clinton Rogers' bungalow was dark. Lucille bolted out of her front door to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, thank the good Lord you heard me.
Where'd the shot come from?
Mr. Rogers' bungalow. Here, take my key.
Oh.
I've got to tend to Mr. Larry.
What's with him?
Fainted dead away when he heard the shot.
Oh.
I'll come in as soon as Mr. Larry comes to.
Okay. Rogers? Rogers, where are you? Hey, Rogers!
Here.
Huh?
In the kitchen.
Hey, you really caught one, didn't you?
Yeah. My shoulder burns like fury.
Who was it, Rogers?
Let's say I did it, huh?
All right, what'd you do with the gun?
Ate it, of course.
Oh, now, look, I'll have to call the police. It'll be a good idea if you tell me what happened.
Listen, there's a bottle in the first cabinet there. Get it, will you? I need a drink.
Okay.
Just uncap it. I don't need any glass.
Here you go.
It's great. It burns, too. Everything burns. Here, have a drink.
Thanks. Well, okay, Rogers, I gotta call him now.
Yeah, okay. First, though, listen. Will you call the studio?
Yeah, I'll call him after we get you to a hospital. I'll tell him you had an accident.
No, tell him I quit.
Quit?
Yeah.
What, look...
No, don't argue. Just tell him that.
Okay, it's a promise. Now...
And listen. Tell Barbara to... Tell Barbara to...
Yeah, Rogers, tell Barbara what?
Tell her to...
I called the emergency hospital in Hollywood, and their ambulance was there in no time. So was a squat little sergeant. Lucille followed him in. I had two hunches that I was keeping to myself for the time being. One, that whoever had shot Clinton Rogers was in his bungalow when he got back from location. That they were there when Lucille and I barged in on him. And two, that they'd left by the back door after they'd plugged him. Even the sergeant could see something of interest in that back door.
The screen's been cut through here, see? The way it's cut, the fella could unhook the screen door, see, and get right at the back door.
Yeah, well, that's very good, Sergeant. But tell me, why do you think it was a fella who shot Rogers?
Well, it could have been. You don't think it was a dame, do you?
It's happened before, you know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I know you're busy finding clues and all that, but don't you think I could clean up this kitchen floor? It's a terrible mess.
Don't touch nothing.
Well, it seems to me that you
He said don't touch nothing. Sergeant will let you tidy up things tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's soon enough.
Well, all right. I think I'll go back to Mr. Larry now. He's just undone about this whole thing. I'll be in my place if you want me for anything. I'll say good night for now anyway.
Good night.
Night. Well, I'm satisfied for the time being.
I'll give you a lift back to the station, Sergeant. I'd like to check on Rogers at the emergency hospital on the way.
Yeah, so would I. If he's in shape, I want to talk to him.
The news from the emergency hospital wasn't too good. They'd taken a slug out of Rogers' shoulder at 38. He'd lost a lot of blood and was still out. I left Rogers' phone number as the place I could be reached if his condition changed. And before I left, I checked the city directory, which made my next stop a very interesting one.
Hey, the studio's closed, mister. You can't get in at this time of night.
Are you Homer Bellows?
That's right, and I'm the night watchman here. Why?
Well, Clinton Rogers works here at Imperial, too, doesn't he?
Uh-huh. But he ain't here. He's in a company that's out on location. Leastwise, I think they're still out.
You a friend of his, Homer?
Well, you might say so. I know him.
You used to live next door to him, didn't you?
Yep, I did. Hey, who are you, anyway?
Well, I'm a guy who wants to know what you've been doing around Rogers' bungalow recently.
Rogers' bungalow?
Yeah.
Been doing nothing, except passing it on my way to my wife's. What infernal business is it of yours?
Well, none, really, but I'm a friend of your wife's, Homer.
Oh, you are you? Well, if you're such a friend of hers, why don't you ask her what I've been doing around there?
Does she know?
Does she know? I've been asking her for a divorce since you're so nosy. I want to marry me someone else.
Oh, won't she give it to you?
Oh, she's agreeable to the divorce, all right. Thing that's holding her up is a settlement.
Oh, a settlement.
Yep. You see, I lived with that one almost 40 years. I think that entitles me to a nice little wad of her money. Lucille, don't see it that way.
Yeah, well, some women have next to no understanding about things like that. But my visit with Homer served its purpose. I went back to Rogers' bungalow in case the call should come from the emergency hospital. And this time I wanted a good look at that crack on the wall, the storage compartment in the hall closet. I'd kept Lucille's passkey, and this time I didn't bother with the lights. I used the flashlight from my car because I was pretty sure whoever had shot Rogers hadn't found what they were looking for. I just opened the hall closet door when I'd heard it. Someone was unlocking the front door. I moved quickly behind a big chair in the living room.
Just tiptoe, Bud. We've got to be quiet.
Yeah. Well, what about lights?
We'll try to make the flashlight do.
Okay. But I still don't think there's much of an idea.
Oh, I was afraid to come alone, Bud. And I've got to find it before Clint comes back.
You could just take my word for it, you know. You wouldn't have to be here at all.
I've told you. I can't believe what you've said. I've got to find out for myself.
Maybe you'll be sorry if you find out.
Maybe so. But at least I'll know then. That little storage place here in the closet is the only place I haven't looked. Do you think this will be enough light?
Yeah. But how'll I get up there? I can't reach that door from here.
Oh, well, wait. I'll get the stool from the kitchen.
I'll get it.
No, I've got the flashlight, Bud. Oh, good heavens, Bud. Here in the kitchen. It's blood.
Yeah. Sure is.
Who's that?
Hey, don't reach for anything, Bud. You're covered.
What's happened to Clint?
Somebody shot him.
Oh, no.
He's not dead yet, Miss Curtis.
You know my name?
Yeah, he mentioned you. I'm Philip Marlowe. Mrs. Bellows called me in on this.
Oh.
Why don't you put the gun down, mister?
I will when I find out a few things.
Where is Clint? I want to go there.
Police took him to the emergency hospital.
Police? But...
Yeah, they're going to call me here and tell me how he is. He was still out when I left a while ago.
Come on, Bud. You've got to take me there.
Why? Yeah, Barbara, sure.
Yeah, not yet, kids. Not till you two tell me what you came to find here tonight. And the other nights you've been here.
Other night?
You said a while ago you'd looked every place but the hall closet.
But I've never been here at night. Not without Clint.
Don't talk to him, Barbara. You don't have to.
I won't.
Mr. Marlowe, you can't keep us here. I have to go to Clint. I have to be with him.
I'll get that. And don't forget you're still covered, Buster. Yes?
Marlowe?
Yes, Sergeant. How's Rogers?
He's over the hump okay. They gave him a sedative a while ago. He's out like a light. But he's going to be all right.
I see. Did he say anything? Were you able to talk to him?
I was able, but he wasn't. Sort of delirious, I guess. Mumbled something about Barbara. And then just after they gave him the shot, he said over and over, "Don't be a fool, Bud. Don't do it, Bud."
He did, huh? Well, that's something.
Is it?
Sure is. Thanks, Sergeant. I'll call you back.
What did they say about Clint?
Well, it looks like we're looking for a murderer now.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, honey. We had one break, though. It'll interest you, Bud. Will it? The police know who shot him. Clint told them.
Bud, what are you doing?
Just protecting myself, Barbara. You want to use that gun now, Marlowe? I'm keeping her right here in front of me.
Yeah, I see. I thought you'd have a .38, Bud. That kind of clinches it, doesn't it?
Not yet, it doesn't.
Bud, please, don't.
Stand still and shut up. Drop your gun, Marlowe.
Let her go, kid, and we'll talk about this.
You won't get hurt unless you hurt her. Drop your gun.
Bud, someone's coming.
Mr. Marlowe.
Look out, you two!
Mr. Marlowe. Oh, my...
Thanks for the souvenir, Bud.
Oh, my goodness.
Good work, Mr. Marlowe. Barbara, honey, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mrs. Bell.
How about that, Mr. Larry? Coming in when you did, you're nothing but a bloody hero.
Oh, my... I feel so...
Good Lord, there he goes again.
Lucille was a past master at reviving him by now. She hauled him sack-style over to the couch while I told Barbara her Clint was going to be okay. I kept Bud immobilized until the squat little sergeant arrived with a squad car. They hauled him away. I dug the .38 slug out of the plaster and gave it to the sergeant. When the show was over, Mr. Larry obligingly snapped to.
You feel like walking, Mr. Larry? I could carry you to your bungalow, you know.
Oh, mercy, no, Lucille, I'll walk. If you'll just let me use your arm for support.
You're just welcome to it, I'm sure.
Can I help?
Well, no thanks so much, Mr. Marlowe. We'll manage. You give Mr. Rogers my best, Barbara.
I will. I'll be glad to.
You know, Lucille, I'm beginning to see the value in the love and protection of a strong woman.
How about that?
She'd be good for him, too.
Yeah. Now, look, honey, what's this all about? You've been looking for something, so has Bud, apparently. Clint got himself shot because of it. Now, what is it?
Bud said it was money, that Clint had some hidden here in the house.
Oh?
I didn't believe it. Still, there was something between Clint and me. Something he wouldn't tell me. Whatever it was, it's kept us from getting married.
What was Bud's story?
Well, you see, Bud's known Clint a long time. He just came out here a couple of months ago from Ohio. Clint didn't seem to want us to get acquainted, Bud and me. It wasn't jealousy. It was something else I couldn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, Bud told me that Clint had robbed some store back east, that he'd been caught and served some time. But they'd never found the money, and that Clint somehow escaped from prison, came out here, and brought the money with him.
Well, it could be. Clint caught Bud looking for something here tonight. By the way, where'd you run into Bud tonight?
Oh, just about a block or two from here at the corner. I was driving home from a movie. Decided to come up here for one more look before Clint got home. I insisted that Bud come with me. He didn't want to.
Now, let's see what we can find. No one's opened that little trap door in the hall closet yet. Maybe that's got all the answers.
Why, it's a strong box, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very heavy, though. There, let's see now. No money at all. A couple of war bonds made out to Clinton Rogers and or Thomas Rogers.
Clint said he didn't have any family.
Hey, look. Here's an envelope with your name on it.
Oh? For Barbara Curtis to be opened in case of my death. I don't know what to do.
Well, don't look at me, honey. I can't decide for you.
You will go with me when I tell him, though, won't you?
Sure I will.
Let's see. My darling, this newspaper clipping will tell you why I couldn't marry you. When you read it, you'll see why. I love you, Clint. I'm afraid to read the clipping, Mr. Marlowe.
Let me see it. Not pretty, honey, but it isn't about Clint.
But then who?
It's about Thomas Rogers, who at the age of 16 murdered his father and mother. The story says he escaped from the Ohio asylum for the insane in June of this year. Officials think he may attempt to contact his brother Clinton in California.
And Bud is...
Yeah, it's his picture with the story.
Oh, Clint. Poor Clint. What a horrible, horrible thing for him to live with.
Yeah. But, honey, Mr. Larry said it a little while ago.
The love and protection of a strong woman. Clint has it, Mr. Marlowe. I've never been so strong or so protective, and I've never loved so much.
It was almost dawn now. I drove Barbara over to the hospital in Clint. We didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say. Nice girl, that Barbara. All woman. You know, I never could understand the guys who pronounce woman as woe man. What would we be without 'em, huh? Oh, they have their faults, but what would they be without 'em? Yeah, truly it's been said. There's nothing like a dame. Wonder what Rita's doing tonight.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, was produced and directed by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height. The cast included D.J. Thompson, Olin Soule, Ted Osborne, Frank Gerstle, Arthur Q. Bryan, Shirley Mitchell, and William Tracy. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now, here again is the star of our show, Gerald Moore.
Thanks, Roy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's broadcast concludes our current series of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. I understand it won't be very long until we meet again. So until we do, we won't say goodbye, but just so long. See you soon. I still wonder what Rita's doing tonight.
Lovable, laughable My Friend Irma, starring blonde Marie Wilson, is back on CBS Radio Sunday evenings now. She'll move in tomorrow night at most of these same CBS radio stations, bringing her skeptical roommate, Jane, her permanently jobless boyfriend, Al, Professor Kropotkin, and all the others. Be listening for My Friend Irma tomorrow night, won't you? That address again? Why, sure.
CBS, CBS, the star's address, where you always hear the best at CBS, CBS, the star's address, CBS.
Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. And remember, Steve Allen is here with songs for sale every Saturday on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Start emptying out that thing.
I figure we wait one more month.
I'm glad we're through.
Why?
To tell you the truth, I was getting kind of shaky at the end. I'm glad we're getting out while we're still ahead.
That's just the idea. Always quit while you're ahead. That way you can't lose.
What happens if she finds out?
That's the one thing I'm worried about.
Well,
for her own sake, she better not.
In just a moment, Counterspy.
program especially transcribed to help investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
They're here. L&M Filters. Newest, best, purest of filter tip cigarettes.
L&M Filters. Just what the doctor ordered.
L&M Filters give you effective filtration from a strictly non-mineral filter material, alpha cellulose. Exclusive to L&M Filters and entirely pure and harmless to health.
Just what the doctor ordered.
The L&M filter gives you a light and mild smoke because the heavy particles are filtered out.
Just what the doctor ordered.
L&M filters give you much less nicotine. The L&M filter removes 1/3 of the smoke, leaves you all the satisfaction, much more flavor and aroma. These facts from the statement of Dr. F.R. Darkus, Director of Research for Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company.
At last, a filter tip cigarette with plenty of good taste. Buy new L&M filters in the striking red and white pack.
This Christmas, give the newest, give the best. L&M filters.
This is David Harding. Here is the latest official tabulation on crime in this country.
Each day, an average of 5,286 major crimes are committed. Among them, 1,144 burglaries, 147 robberies, and 3,141 larcenies.
Now, what does this represent in cost to you, the public?
Over $400 million worth of property stolen.
The middle of last month, right outside of New York City, in the bedroom of a home in a small suburban project, a handsome, well-built man bent his body back and forth on the portable rowing machine, unaware of his wife standing behind him.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Arthur.
2, 1, 2, 1.
Arthur.
2.
Can't you stop for a minute?
2. When the alarm rings.
Oh.
1.
Now will you listen to me?
Hand me the towel.
Arthur, please.
Okay, I'll get it myself.
Arthur, I've got to talk to you. It's about...
I know what it's about. Money. There's nothing I can do about it yet. You know what I make? I give you all I can.
Arthur, I try not to complain, but I don't know. I just can't make a go of things this way. We owe everybody, and it keeps getting worse all the time.
Now, look, Sue, we've been over this 1,000 times. It's not my fault. I do the best I can.
But you can do so much better. You still act like a little boy. You got to grow up someday. I want you to be a man.
Now, look, there's nothing wrong with me. I've got a great possibility.
Of course you have, darling, but you're not using it. In the meantime, something terrible is happening to us.
So you don't have any new dresses?
It isn't just that, Arthur. Believe
You
me.
want me to believe you, and yet you don't want to believe in me. When Dan Hadley and I finish our invention, you'll have everything you want.
That invention. Another of your little boy's secrets.
You'll know what it is when it's completed.
I don't care anymore what it is. All I know is that you keep that closet in the basement workroom locked from me. Like you keep so much of yourself locked from me. That's what makes it so terrible. You shut half your life from me, and all I want to do is help you.
You can help by just waiting.
How much longer do you think I can wait? Arthur, you know what I wanted to do while you were out of the house this afternoon?
What?
I wanted to take an axe and tear down that closet door in the basement.
Oh?
And then I wanted to destroy, to chop to bits whatever it is you have in that closet.
Don't you dare. Don't you ever dare go near that closet.
You're hurting me.
Don't you ever dare have a thought like that again. Do you understand?
Please, let me
Do
go.
you understand?
All right. All right, Arthur, but let me go. Please, let go.
I'm sorry, Sue. Sue, wait. Someday you'll understand. What's in that closet is going to make us rich. Then you won't have to worry about bills anymore. And then you'll have all the clothes you want.
All right, Arthur.
That's Dan Hadley. I'll get it. Hi, Aunt. Come on in, Dan. Oh, Sue.
Dan?
Sue's on her way to the movies, Dan. We'll see you later, honey.
Enjoy yourself, Sue. What's the matter with her?
Complaining about money again.
Look, why don't you break down and give us some extra cash?
You crazy? She'd want an explanation.
Brother, you're going to have an awful lot of explaining to do when we cash in on that basement closet of yours.
You mean when we finally sell our invention?
That's right, Art.
when we put all that ice back on the market.
Well, we still have 3 more jobs to pull before we convert any of that jewelry into cash. Remember that?
I remember, Art. That's the agreement. Just 3 more and we're set for life.
Headquarters, Washington. To all Counterspy field offices. Special order over Mr. Harding's signature. All important data concerning jewel thefts will be forwarded immediately to Statistical Department for processing. This is A1 priority. End.
Soup?
Arthur, I just...
What are you doing down here? Didn't I tell you never to come down when I'm working here without knocking first?
I forgot, Arthur.
Sneaking down to the basement to see what I'm doing, huh? Trying to find out what's in the car?
No. I just forgot to knock, that's all. I only wanted to tell you that Dan Hadley's upstairs.
Oh. Well, you should have knocked first. Don't forget again.
I won't.
Come on.
Got here a little early, Art.
It's okay, Dan. We can get more work in.
I'm ready to go.
You can run along now, so.
All right.
Honey.
Yes?
Sorry I blew my top that way. Just on edge now that Dan and I are in the home stretch with our invention. Wish you could understand. Try, huh?
I'll try.
That's my girl. I'll see you later.
What was that about, Art?
I thought you were snooping to see what was in the closet. I made a mistake. Now, ready for my trial run?
Anytime you are.
All right, help me with this sofa. All right.
Where do you want it?
Just a couple more feet to the left. All right, this one. That's all.
What's next?
Move that armchair back against the wall.
Okay. This all right?
About a foot nearer the door.
Yeah?
Yeah, fine.
What about this coffee table?
Stays right where it is.
This is the exact layout of that living room, right?
Exact. Only a smaller scale.
I gotta hand it to you. One visit to the Dowling apartment, and you remember the whole layout.
Dowling apartment was a cinch. The other 2 were tougher.
But not too tough for my boy.
We haven't got time for flattery, pal. Switch off the lights. I'll run through it right from the beginning.
We'll return to Counterspy in just a moment.
Better get out of bed, dear. You'll be late for the office. Breakfast on the table.
Oh, I'm in no condition this morning. Ate too much with the boys last night. You know, every good wife should know about Eno for just such emergencies as this. It's truly amazing what gentle Eno may do for you when you overeat or eat food that doesn't agree with you. Yes, just a dash of good-tasting Eno and a glass of water before retiring, and repeat it in the morning if necessary. That's all you need. You can say goodbye to acid indigestion, upset stomach, heartburn, and other symptoms of overacidity. Remember, Eno's buffering antacid action gives you real relief over a long period of time. Helps you feel like your old self again. Why not get sparkling, good-tasting Eno today?
E-N-O, Eno, when you're feeling low, Eno. It's mild and gentle and good tasting. E-N-O.
Dan, this is Art. All set to roll on the Dowling job tonight.
Time the same as you said it?
Same, 10 on the nose. You pick me up at the corner of 49th and Elm.
10 on the nose. I'll be there.
Now remember, Dan, keep driving around the block.
Okay, but this ain't gonna be as easy as the Dowling job. Look at the size of that wall you gotta climb.
Will you stop worrying? What do you think I've been doing those physical exercises for? My health? Let's go, Dan.
Where to go, Art?
Sweet as can.
You get everything?
You don't think I'd mess up our last job, do you? You bet I got everything.
Harding.
Peters, Mr. Harding. Brayton just checked in from Bay City.
Oh, be right out, Peters.
How are you, Mr. Harding?
Oh, a little the worse for wear, Braden.
Well, I can give Braden the rundown in the lab if you want to take a break.
Oh, thanks. I'm okay, Peters. Let's go. Peters, fill you in on any of it, Braden?
Only that I'm to be Central Control Agent reporting directly to you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, first, Braden, I want you to see the chart of New York over on the wall there.
Uh-huh. Well, it's quite an elaborate setup to devote to jewel thieves.
Believe me, Braden, these are the most elaborate jewel thieves we've come across, and the most successful. Now, they've operated exclusively in the part of town marked off on the chart here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the area in which we've established our permanent security net. It covers only these 6 city blocks, but we're throwing everything into those 6 blocks.
Well, sort of narrows it down, Chief, doesn't it?
We're taking our cue from the thieves themselves. They've been successful in mining this area. There's no reason to believe they won't continue to work the same vein.
Well, I don't want to tell you how to run things, but...
Go ahead, Braden.
Well, you're not usually one to put all your eggs in one basket, Mr. Harding.
And I have this time. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
This time, Braden, it's the only basket we have.
Uh-oh. Me and my big mouth.
Now, these numbers indicate doormen, elevator operators, and other spotters.
Specially detailed agents?
That's right.
Well, by the amount of numbers there, I'd say the area's pretty well covered.
I only wish I had 100 more agents to blanket it. Well, so much for coverage. Now, the operations and characteristics of the thieves, or thief.
You mean this is all the work of one man?
It's possible that the actual stealing is done by one person, a very agile, clever, and well-trained man. All the robberies have one factor in common. The premises were broken into through a window or French door. Peters, bring that exhibit over here, will you?
Right away. Take a good look at this, Braden. Uh-huh. The thief's means of entry.
Mm-hmm. In each robbery, a circular piece of glass, such as this one, was cut out just below the latch. Then the thief reached through and unlocked the window, or French door.
Which isn't particularly new or clever. You said this man was clever, Chief.
I still say he is. Notice these pieces of cellophane tape stuck to the glass.
Yeah, so?
So the tape keeps the glass from falling after it's cut, practically invisible. After the thief was through cutting, he had only to lift the cut piece out, noiselessly. So, Braden?
So, I was wrong. Clever is right. Tape-cut glass. Well, it certainly doesn't spell out anybody's name to me, Mr. Harding.
Nor to me either, Braden. But it's all we have so far to identify the people involved.
May turn out to be enough.
We'll find out starting tonight.
It's getting late, Art. Sue might come in at any minute. Don't worry. She won't be back before 11:30. We'll be out of the basement by then. This one's done. What's up next?
Here. This ring's the last.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Be tricky getting that diamond from the setting.
Cut the band first, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There. This band goes with the other settings.
Be careful, that stone. It's a beaut, you know.
Haven't chipped one yet, have I? There you are. Got a scratch on it. Put it on the scale.
6 carats.
Stone number 872. Cut diamond. Weight 6 carats. Dan, that does it. We're finished.
872 stones. Well, even at 25% of their market value, they're worth over $250,000.
Easy. You'll have the rest of those jewel settings melted down by tomorrow night, huh?
Yeah, sure thing. Same way in bars, right?
Yeah, of course. Nobody's going to identify a bar of platinum as once having been the setting for their diamond tiara.
Well, for that matter, no one's going to be able to pick out unmounted stones and say for sure there is.
All right, help me put this stuff away.
When are we going to start emptying out this closet?
I figure we wait 1 more month.
I'm glad we're through.
Huh?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, I was getting kind of shaky at the end. I'm glad we're getting out while we're still ahead of the game.
That's the idea, Dan. Always quit while you're ahead. That way you can't lose.
All right, thanks. Nothing positive yet, Braden.
Well, we've certainly lost a lot of time, Mr. Harding. 10 days at it and no results at all from our security net.
No robberies either. Well, that could be a good sign.
You really think so, Chief?
Really? No, they're probably just laying low, and in the meantime, we're tying up our facilities and men.
There was only some way to make them move.
Well, Peters and I have been working toward that end. Yes.
I have Mrs. Rogers with me, Chief.
All right, Peters. Please come in with her, will you? Thank you for coming, Mrs. Rogers.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harding.
Peters, a chair for Mrs. Rogers, please.
Mrs. Rogers?
Thank you.
Mr. Peters explained the situation to you?
Yes, indeed. And I'm very flattered to have an opportunity to cooperate with the counterspies. I was only saying to my husband the other day, everybody complains about law enforcement. So few are willing to help it.
Then you understand the importance of this particular job.
I certainly do. Our apartment has been robbed so many times that my husband suggests, jokingly, of course, that we install turnstiles at the windows to make some money from the heavy traffic.
Well, that's the main reason we called on you, Mrs. Rogers. You're well known as a target for jewel thieves.
And you live smack in the center of the theft area, as I explained before.
And you want me to be robbed again?
I want you to help in every way possible to make robbing your apartment a very attractive matter.
All right, Mr. Harding. I'm very willing to help in every way possible.
Look, Art, will you cut that rowing machine just for a minute so I can talk to you?
I can hear you, Dan. Besides, I gotta keep in condition for our next job.
But, Art, you said we were through. You yourself said we should quit while we're ahead of the game. We got enough. Why take unnecessary chances?
There's no chance in this. It's a sure thing. Showed you that item in the paper about that Rogers dame. She lets her jewels lay around like they were cigarette butts. She just bought over $100,000 worth yesterday.
Oh, we have enough in that closet, all we need. In 2 weeks, we'll start cashing in. Art, will you listen to me, please?
I'm listening.
Now, you know as well as I that the area is thick with federal agents. They're just waiting for us to make a move. They know everything about us except who we are.
Glad they know so much.
You're glad?
Makes our job easier for us. Makes it possible for us to pull them out of the neighborhood. Now, sit down, relax, will you?
Hey, Art, you said you could pull the feds out of the neighborhood. How?
How? The old 1-2, that's how. 1, 1.
Braden, control point to Harding Field Office. Action report. 3 suspicious loiterers picked up this date and released after questioning. No other contacts to report. End.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Harding.
You're not interrupting a thing, Peters. Braden just radioed in his regular report. Still not a single contact.
And there won't be any.
What do you mean?
T-Type just came in from Cleveland. Jewel robbery pulled there, definitely the same as those pulled here.
Oh?
No doubt about it. So our setup turns out to be a complete loss.
Not a complete loss, Peters. Not a complete loss.
Back to Counterspy in just a moment.
Valentine is light beer with flavor that will pull
Valentine is a wonderful beer, 'cause it tastes good when it's cold. And Valentine is fine beer, you can chill it all you will. Valentine is the deep brewed brew with the flavor that chill can't kill.
You know, friends, no matter what the weather's like outside, it's always winter in your refrigerator where you chill your beer. And that's why Valentine beer is deep brewed, to hold its flavor even when you serve it ice cold. The fine, full flavor is brewed so deep in Valentine beer that chill can't kill it. Every cool, sparkling, refreshing glass just brims with flavor.
'Cause Valentine is fine beer, you can chill it all you will. Valentine is the deep brewed brew with a flavor that chill can't kill.
P. Valentine & Sons, Newark, New Jersey.
This apple pie is terrific, Sue. How about another piece, huh? That's it, a good big slab, huh? It's my girl.
Here.
Boy, I'm hungry. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway?
What could be the matter?
Well, you haven't said a word to me since I came home, Sue.
What's there to say?
Plenty. I told you why I went out of town, didn't I? I told you it looks like that man out there's going to buy the invention.
Yes, you told me.
Still haven't any confidence in me, huh?
At this stage of the game? Arthur, you're never going to grow up unless something drastic happens.
Well, don't you worry. Something drastic is going to happen. Very short time, you'll see.
Oh,
Just
Arthur.
you wait and see. In a very short time, everything's going to be so different for us. That's Dan. I phoned him to come over. Wanted to tell him the good news in person. I'll be right back. Cut a piece of that pie for Dan, will you? Come on in, Danny boy.
Sue home?
In the kitchen.
I saw by the papers that your Cleveland trip worked out all right.
Didn't I tell you it would? The Counterspies are now closing up Cleveland tight in the drum.
Leaving our old neighborhood wide open.
And we're walking in there tomorrow night to pull the Rogers job.
Well, the way it turns out, you were right, Art.
Sure. Come on in the kitchen. We'll celebrate with Sue over the coming sale of our invention. Let's go, Dan.
Hey, you came out quicker than I expected. You have any trouble?
No trouble at all. Just went as smooth as ice.
You get everything?
Uh-huh. All in this bag. That Rogers dame sure is careless with her jewels. Doesn't deserve to have them.
You want me to hold on to the bag the same as the other times?
Yeah. Bring it around to the house tomorrow night and we'll go to work on them.
I'm glad it's over. This is our last job, Art. Definite?
I told you yes, didn't I? Now relax, will you? There's nothing more to worry about. What could go wrong now?
I've been waiting for you to come home.
You said you were going to bed early.
I couldn't sleep, Arthur. I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep again.
What's wrong with you?
You?
Oh, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Oh, this will be the last time.
I told you in a little while everything is going to be different.
And I told you there'd have to be something drastic to make it change.
There will be.
There already has been, but I never knew it until tonight.
You what? What are you talking about?
That closet down in the basement.
What about it?
I couldn't stand it any longer. I thought it'd be the one way to bring you to your senses. I took the axe.
What?
I smashed that door and I was going to destroy whatever you had in there.
I told you never
Only
to...
it wasn't an invention. It was gold and diamonds.
You're going to be sorry for doing that.
I couldn't be any more sorry than I am now.
Be surprised.
I know what you are now. All the time I thought you were just a boy who never grew up. Oh, you're a man, all right. Lying and dishonest. Arthur Wilton, a common, ordinary criminal. My husband, a thief.
You're the only one who knows that outside Dan.
Don't be too sure.
The police? Did you call them?
No, I didn't call them.
That's right, Will.
Hey, you...
We called your wife right after she had smashed in the closet.
Credentials?
Counterspies.
That's right.
We've been looking for you for a long time, Wilton.
But I went to Cleveland. I thought
That's exactly what we wanted you to think.
Your friend Dan Hadley is waiting for you outside in the patrol car.
All right, Peters, take him out.
Right, Mr. Harding. Let's go, Wilbur.
I didn't know anything about it. Not a thing. Till tonight.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wilson.
You're sorry. I don't think you realize what it means to be sorry. What it really means.
In a moment, a word about next week's Counterspy case. And now here's a mutual note for you.
Say, when you feel sluggish and headachy because you need a laxative, chew Phenamint, the delicious chewing gum laxative. It's wonderfully different. Phenamint is different because you chew it, and different because it removes mostly waste, not good food. You see, Phenamint does not work in the stomach where food is being digested, does not take away a lot of the good food you need for energy. Doctors know that Phenamint works chiefly in the lower tract where it removes mostly waste, not good food. You feel fine, full of life and energy. So do as millions do. Get delicious Phenamint, Phenamint, for yourself, for your children.
Say, what do you do when hamburgers give you acid indigestion?
I chew Chews and feel better fast.
Chews, the chewing gum remedy?
Right. Chews, C-H-O-O-Z, for almost instant relief of upset stomach, heartburn, other acid indigestion misery. Chew minty antacid Chews. 10 cents. Next Sunday, December 27th, over most of these stations, Mutual will present a special broadcast of Counterspy, immediately following the professional football championship between the Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions. So be sure to be listening next Sunday.
Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Finding that imitation diamond in the crook's pocket is certainly proof that he was in on the robbery.
Certainly would be, Patsy, if I had found it there.
But you must have. I saw you take it out of his pocket.
You did. I was trying to start something.
Well, I don't understand you at all in this case, Nick. You're doing the craziest things and not getting anywhere.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Patsy. I expect to catch the robbers before I go to bed tonight. And that's a promise.
Now, the case of the imitation robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy are in the jewelry shop of Nelson Stroud, talking to the proprietor. It is late fall, and there's a hint of snow in the afternoon air.
The Jewelers Protective Association tells me you reported that you're being systematically robbed, Mr. Stroud.
It must have been going on for weeks, Mr. Carter. So many of my best unset stones have been stolen.
Then it wasn't from hold-ups, Mr. Stroud?
Hold-ups? No. It's a lot slicker than that.
Oh.
You see, it's like this. Day before yesterday, Saturday, I happened to see an imitation diamond in the tray with a dozen or so real diamonds. So I became suspicious.
Uh-huh.
You say you just happened to spot the phony stone?
Yes. So yesterday, Sunday, I came down to the store and checked through all the trays. And I found 29 paste stones mixed in with the real ones.
Well, how much will the 29 diamonds that are missing be worth, Mr. Stroud?
At a rough estimate in the neighborhood of $65,000.
Golly.
And you think somebody brought 29 imitation gems in here and walked out with 29 real ones?
I know it.
Well, how does it happen none of your clerks spotted the fakes?
These fake stones are too good, Mr. Carter. That's the trouble. Here, look at this one.
Why, Nick, that looks genuine to me.
Yes. It is an excellent job, I must admit.
A close inspection would, of course, reveal them at once. But about all the clerks do as a rule is to run their eye rapidly over the tray after serving a customer and check the number of stones before putting them away.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you have any ideas how this substitution might have taken place?
I don't think. I know. Some crook or gang of crooks has come in here time after time asking to see our unset stones and palm the real ones, leaving the fakes in the tray.
Oh, but that would have taken weeks, Mr. Stroud. It couldn't be done too often. And even then, the criminal would be taking a long chance of not being recognized.
But it must have been done that way.
Oh, not necessarily. No, it looks to me as if the crook or crooks had inside help in this.
Nonsense. All three of my clerks are fine men with good references.
That remains to be seen. Show me what you have here in the store in the way of burglar alarms.
Of course. You see, there are counters on each of the three sides of the store. Each counter has an alarm buzzer under it, operated by pressing a button with your foot. Then the vault, where the unset stones are kept, has a special alarm on it.
Well, how is that operated, Mr. Stroud?
Well, if the dial that works the combinations turned back to 10 first, it automatically rings an alarm. They're all connected direct to police headquarters and the Protective Association.
Uh-huh. The unset diamonds are kept in that vault?
Yes. Here, I'll show you. There. You see, this vault is filled with little trays, only about an inch high. Each tray is numbered to identify the different grades of stone.
Oh, golly, Nick, look at that. There must be 100 trays in there.
Just about. Mr. Stroud, I think I have a plan that'll test the reaction of your clerks. Tomorrow afternoon should be a good time. I'll let you know definitely the exact hour because I'll need your cooperation.
Of course, Mr. Carter. What are you planning to do?
It's a little unconventional, but it's been done before. Now, here's the plan. About 4 o'clock, I'll send Miss Bowen here.
And Nick says he's ready for the test. So will you please disconnect the burglar alarm system?
You're sure this is necessary, Miss Bowen?
Well, you're interested in having these thefts stopped as soon as you can, aren't you?
Of course. Very well, I'll make the necessary arrangements. How long before Mr. Carter will be here?
From what he said, he should be along any minute now.
Something I can do for you, sir? Oh, a gun.
Put your hands on the counter. All three of you. And keep them there.
But
This is a stick-up. No monkey business. Hands on the counter there, you with the black hair, and quick. That's better. Now, you two. Get her on the other side of the store with Goldilocks.
Now, look here, you can't...
Shut up, Goldie. And keep your trap shut. All right, you other guys, get over with Goldie, I said. And walk slow. So nobody looking in will think there's anything wrong. Okay. Now, you, Baldy.
Me?
Yeah, you. Open up that vault.
I can't. I don't know the combination.
Open up vault, I said.
But I said
For the last time, will you open up that...
All right.
Now, haul out all those trays so I can get at them. Wait a minute, Baldy. Don't be picking out just a tray with the cheap stones. I want them all.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, that's enough. You can put them back now.
What?
All right, Mr. Stroud.
Well, Mr. Carter, I hope you learned something.
Yes, all three of your clerks passed with high marks, Mr. Stroud. Baldy here turned the vault dial the wrong way, which would set off the alarm. The other two stepped on their alarm buzzers. I watched their feet.
Then if the alarms had been connected, there would have been 3 separate alarms rung in headquarters, Nick.
Right, Patsy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, you better connect the alarm system again, just in case.
Mr. Stroud, what's been going on here? I don't get it.
This is Mr. Nick Carter of the Jewelers Protective Association. He just wanted to be sure you boys were on your toes in case of real trouble. You through now, Mr. Carter?
All through, thanks.
Then let's get back to my office. You can put the trays back, boys.
It's all right.
This all seems very silly to me, Mr. Carter. Did you really learn anything from that little stunt?
I did. Who's the young fellow with the blonde hair?
That's my nephew, Bill Devlin.
And the middle-aged man with the bald head?
Well, that's Arthur Ryan. Been here for 6 years. Darn good clerk.
And who's the good-looking chap with the black hair slicked down so neatly?
Chap by the name of Robert Hill. He's new here, but as far as I know, he's absolutely okay. I called the firm he's been with, and they gave him excellent references.
Maybe so. But he instinctively reached for a gun and a shoulder holster when I first drew my guns. Nothing against him yet, of course, but I'd keep an eye on him.
Well, maybe he's used to having a job where he needed protection, Nick.
Entirely possible, Patsy. I wouldn't want to say until I knew more about him.
You said yesterday you thought this was an inside job, Mr. Carter. Well, I think now that you're wrong.
What do you mean, now?
I'll show you. Here. I found this under the silverware counter this morning.
That's so. Well.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Wad of chewing gum, Patsy. And there's a diamond inside it.
Diamond in a hunk of chewing gum?
Yes. It's an old game. Cook comes in, palms an unset stone, and when the clerk's not looking, sticks the stone to the underside of the counter in the chewing gum.
Huh.
Then, a few days later, he comes in, scrapes the gum off, and walks out. That way, if the stone's missed when he steals it, he can submit to a search and there's nothing on him.
And I bet that's how all 29 of my stones disappeared.
It's possible, Mr. Stroud, but I doubt it. I still think it's an inside job. And I'll tell you what...
Uncle Max, you said to let you know if anybody I'd seen before came in to look at unset stones.
That's right, I did. Why?
Well, there's a man out there now who's been in at least twice before. Ryan's waiting on him.
Any way I can get a look at him from in here, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, I have a secret panel here that lets me watch the store without being seen. Right here.
Good. You mean that tall, thin man in the brown suit, Devlin?
Yeah, that's the one.
I think, Mr. Stroud, I'll have a talk with that gentleman.
Oh, now be careful, Mr. Carter. I don't want a lawsuit on my hands.
Well, Morgan, interested in diamonds?
Huh? Oh, Nick Carter.
Mind stepping into the office a minute, Morgan? I'd like to have a word with you.
Look, why don't you mind your own business, Carter? I'm minding mine.
I'd like to help you mind yours. This won't take but a minute. And I think you better do as I suggest.
Okay, Copper. If there's any funny business, I'm telling you.
Save it, Morgan. Right in here.
Look, I don't know what right you got to drag me in here like this.
A lot of diamonds have been taken out of this store lately without being paid for. You've been in here several times to look at unset stones. So I just want to see if any of those stones have stuck to your fingers. Wouldn't be the first time.
Why, you cheap two-for-a-nickel.
Now, look here, Carter. We simply can't go...
We can in this case. Morgan's long record at headquarters makes me very suspicious. All right, stand still, Morgan, while I see what you have in your pocket.
I'll sue you for this. I'll sue the store, too. See if I
don't. What's this?
Huh?
Here in your vest pocket.
A diamond.
So he is... I never saw that before. I swear.
Now, will you confess, or must
I never saw that before. Look, there's something wrong, I tell you.
Yes, something is. Let me see that stone.
Certainly. Here you are.
I thought so. It's a fake.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. And I still say I never saw that thing before. But it don't make no difference now, see? You can't arrest a man for having an imitation diamond in his pocket.
No, Morgan, you're quite right. You can't. You can go now.
I'm going fast enough, but I ain't through with this. I'm going to sue this store. You'll hear from my lawyer later.
But you can't let him go like this. Genuine or imitation, he's at the bottom of this.
Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Stroud.
Then why did you let him go, Nick? Finding that imitation diamond in his pocket is proof, isn't it?
Well, yes, it would be, if I'd found it there.
What?
You mean you didn't?
No, I put it there and then pretended to find it.
What?
The fake stone Mr. Stroud showed me yesterday.
I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Carter. This is all Greek to me.
Yes, Nick. What in heaven's name are you doing? Playing games?
Why, Patsy, you know me better than that.
Well, I thought I did.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, didn't you tell me none of your clerks knew of these thefts?
That's right. I left the fake stones in the trays where I found them.
Well, if you were so sure this wasn't an inside job, why didn't you want the clerks to know about the loss?
Well, you see... Well, it was really only when I found that wad of chewing gum under the counter that I finally decided it was an outside job.
I see. Well, in that case, I believe I'll search your clerks before they go home tonight.
What?
May turn up something. What time do you close?
5:30, but
5:30 now, or 5 o'clock now, rather, so I guess I'll wait, if you don't mind.
I don't like it, but I guess you'll do it anyway. Go ahead, wait if you want to.
Better take your overcoat off, Nick. It's pretty warm in here.
Thanks, Patsy. I'll do that. Might as well be comfortable as we can while we're waiting.
be through in the store by now. I told them to come in here when they were ready to go home.
I can wait.
I still say this is the craziest way to find out.
Wanted to see us, Uncle Max?
No, I did. Gentlemen, a number of unset diamonds have been stolen from the store recently. Mr. Stroud says you're all okay, but just as a matter of routine, I'd like to search each of you before you leave tonight. Any objections? No. All right, Devlin, I'll take you first. You're clean. Now you, Hill.
Yes, sir.
Nothing on you? All right, Ryan, you're next.
No, I don't.
Right? You can go now. Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
Oh, Nick, that was the silliest exhibition I've ever seen you give. Why, those men could have a dozen stones concealed in their clothes. You'd never have found them.
The girl's right. That was no search at all, and you didn't really think one of them would be fool enough to try to walk out of here tonight of all nights with a diamond hidden on him?
Perhaps I was looking for something else.
Huh?
Something else. Did you find it?
I won't know till later, Patsy.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I'll go and see that everything's locked up for the night, if you'll excuse me.
I got the names and addresses of those clerks before I go. Oh, where did I put my pencil? Had it earlier this afternoon?
Maybe it's in your overcoat pocket, Nick.
Maybe. I'll have a look anyway. Well.
Nick, you're looking in the wrong coat. That's Mr. Stroud's coat.
Yes. So I've just discovered. And look here.
Diamonds. 2 beautiful diamonds.
Yes. And these aren't phonies. They're the real thing.
They were in Mr. Stroud's coat?
Yes, Betsy. 2 genuine unset diamonds in Mr. Stroud's overcoat pocket.
Now back to the case of the imitation robbery. Today's exciting adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's a few minutes after Nick found the 2 real diamonds in the overcoat pocket of Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, and Stroud has just returned to his office and is locking up the store for the night.
Anything else, Mr. Carter? If not,
yes, just one more thing, Mr. Stroud. Will you give me the addresses of your 3 clerks?
There they are on that phone list.
Oh, yes. Copy them down for me, will you, Patsy?
Of course, Nick.
And will you let me look in your vault once more before we go, Mr. Stroud?
I suppose so. But I'd like to get home sometime tonight.
You'd like to stop the robberies, too, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way you're going at it, I can't see... There you are. Now what?
I'm going to pull out certain of these drawers of unset stones. This, these 2, this, and these 2. Now, Mr. Stroud, will you tell me, please, whether or not there are any phony stones in any of the drawers I have not pulled out?
Let me see. I know you've pulled out every tray that has a fake stone in it. How did you know?
I have a good memory, Mr. Stroud. You can close the vault now.
Ready to go, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, all set.
Good.
How could you tell which trays had the phonies in them, Mr. Carter?
Those 7 trays are the ones Ryan pulled out first when I pretended to rob the place.
Well, that shows he's a good man. Wanted to get rid of the bad stones and keep the good ones if he could.
Well, that's really clever.
Now, look, I don't want to hurry you, Mr. Carter, but I'd like to get my dinner. If you need me, you can reach me at Deal's Restaurant. I eat there every night. Well, that is, unless you'd care to join me.
No, thanks, Mr. Stroud. I have something else to do right now. Come on, Patsy.
All right with you, Nick.
After you, mademoiselle.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
Expect any results in the near future, Mr. Carter?
I do. In the very near future.
I hope so. Well, good night.
Good night.
Get in touch with me when you have anything definite.
Good night. It certainly doesn't sound very optimistic, Nick. And I can't say I blame him much. The way you've been acting today. It isn't like you, Nick.
Well, this case isn't like any other either, Patsy. It's always a good idea to fit your methods to what you're trying to do. Well, good night. I'll see you in the morning.
But you're not going back to the office?
No, indeed. I expect to finish up this case this evening. I have something else I want to do tomorrow.
Darkest hole. Wish they'd put that doggone light switch
Don't
right
turn on the lights.
That you, Morgan?
Yeah.
She gave me a scare. For a minute, I thought you were a
cop. Well, you're getting scared at last, are you? It's about time. Been trying to tell you we can't keep this up forever, but no, you knew it all. Now look where we are.
What are you doing here? Why'd you come here to my apartment?
I came here for my share of lies. I'm through. Washed up. After what happened in Stroud's office today, I ain't sticking around.
What did happen?
That copper, Nick Carter, searched me.
So what? He didn't find anything, did he? That's the beauty of the way we got this racket fixed. They can search any time they like and find nothing.
Yeah, you know so much, Ryan. Carter did find something.
What?
He found a fake diamond in my vest pocket.
You blundering fool. Why the devil did you have one of
I didn't have it. Carter planted it on me. I was framed.
Framed? Why?
I don't know. But I do know he wouldn't have framed me if he wasn't on me. From now on, I'll be watched like a hawk, so I'm leaving town on the first train out.
Anybody follow you here?
Not a chance. A bloodhound couldn't have trailed me the way I came here. And I climbed up the fire escape in the back, and I got in through the kitchen window. And I ain't had a light in here either, in case somebody might be watching from the next door roof, maybe.
I hope you're right, Morgan.
Don't worry. You're in the clear. But I ain't, see? So I'm getting out of here as soon as I get my half of the stuff. Can you find it in the dark?
Sure. I can find it all right with the lights off, but a dozen detectives couldn't find it with the lights on. In the base of this lamp right here. Very cleverly concealed in a hollow special wall. They're packed in cotton so you can shake the thing, not
Nah, come on. Never mind the lecture. Let's have the stones.
I gotta get them first, don't I? There they are. I ain't count them.
Let me see. There ought to be 28 of them. 29 we got away with when we left in the gum for a phony clue.
Yeah, I'm going to have to have some light to see how we're dividing them. I'll get a blanket.
If you want some light, I'll give it to you. How's this? Nick Carter.
Oh, the deuce.
Don't let my gun scare you. You play pretty, I won't have to use it. But if you get rough, so do I. Okay, Carter. What do you want? So a dozen detectives couldn't find the diamonds, huh, Baldy? I thought you'd have them hidden away pretty well, so I've been waiting in the bedroom until you found them for me. You mean you was here when Morgan, you passed within 2 feet of me when you came in. I wish I'd have known you was here. I don't doubt it. Well, boys, that was a very interesting conversation I heard you two having. You can put it in writing later when we go down and see Sergeant Matheson. He'll be very happy.
Get him, Ryan.
Oh, you want to play? All right. Oh, yeah. Come on. Watch yourself, Morgan. All right. Didn't want to shoot you guys if I didn't have to. And it looks as if I didn't have to.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hi, Matty. Nick. Got a couple of crooks for you. You want them for a Christmas present?
Sure, I want him. Tell me more, Santa Claus. Tell me more.
All right, send a squad car up to 1753 North Garvin Street.
And now we return to Nick Carter. As we pick up our story, we find Nick and Patsy at headquarters in Matty's office. Mr. Stroud, the jeweler, has come down to identify the stolen gems.
You're sure these are the diamonds stolen from your store, Mr. Stroud? As near as I can identify unset stones, I'm sure. But there are only 28 here. 29 were stolen.
Well, you forget the one you found in the wad of chewing gum.
Oh, of course, Mr. Carter. I didn't think of that.
Did those 2 men confess, Sergeant?
Yep. Got everything down in black and white now. Nick knocked all the fight out of them. I seem to have been all wrong in my opinion of your ability, Mr. Carter. I apologize. I thought you were just fooling around today.
Well, I almost thought that myself, but knowing Nick, I should have had more faith in him.
Look, Nick, don't fool around without he's got some idea in mind. But you have to admit, Mr. Carter, you would have been stuck if this accomplice of Ryan's, this Morgan fella, hadn't come into the store while you were there.
Well, that was a help, certainly, but I could have got along without him. How do you suppose I happened to be in Ryan's flat in the first place?
What? I suppose you trailed him there.
Oh, wrong, Mr. Stroud. I beat him there. I was waiting for him when he got there.
But how could you do that? Nick, you ain't told me the whole story now.
The fake holdup told me all about that clerk, Ryan.
Well, go on, Nick. Give out no secret.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I told you that Ryan started pulling out certain trays of diamonds from the vault before I made him pull them all out.
Uh-huh.
Later, when I pulled out those same 7 trays, Mr. Stroud,
You told me those were the trays that contained all the phony stones.
Yes, that's right. I told you that he was trying to be sure that if any diamonds were stolen, it would be the fake ones.
But you forget, at that time, none of the clerks were supposed to know there were any fake stones. So he could only know where they were if he himself had put them there.
Why, of course, Nick. It's so simple when you tell it.
His real idea was to get rid of the phony stones before they were discovered, if possible.
But it couldn't have been Ryan. You searched him and found nothing.
Well, Mr. Stroud, you really wouldn't expect him to walk out of there with a diamond on him when he knew he might be searched any time, would you?
No.
No, he was too clever for that.
Well, for the love of Pete, who did take them out of the store? It couldn't have been Morgan, could it? That would have been just as dangerous.
Quite right, Matty, quite right. Neither of them carried them out.
Huh?
Mr. Stroud took the stones out for them.
Now, look here, Carter. If you're insinuating that I...
Easy, Mr. Stroud. I'm not saying you knew you were taking them out.
Huh?
Now, here's what happened. Morgan came in the store every few days, always being sure Ryan was free to wait on him. He gave Ryan the phony stones. Ryan substituted them for the genuine ones. Then put the real stones in your overcoat pocket.
What?
Nick, you mean those stones you found there this afternoon were put there by Ryan?
Exactly, Patsy.
What?
When Mr. Stroud had dinner in that restaurant he said he went to every night, he hung his overcoat on a hook.
Yeah.
And Morgan, an expert pickpocket, picked the stones out of his overcoat pocket.
Oh.
In that way, neither Morgan or Ryan had the stones on them at a time when they might be searched.
Huh. No wonder I never felt them in my pocket while I was on my way to the restaurant.
You wear heavy gloves, don't you?
Oh, yes.
And you put them on as soon as you leave the store, don't you?
I do.
Well, see, practically no risk. Diamonds aren't very big in an overcoat pocket, you know.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Stroud, here are 2 diamonds that I found in your overcoat pocket this afternoon while I was waiting in your office. Morgan must have been surprised when he searched your pocket for them tonight and didn't find them.
Well, thanks, Mr. Carter. You seem to have taken care of everything.
If Morgan hadn't waited to try to get those diamonds from you as you left tonight, I might not have been able to beat him to Ryan's room. But he did. And I did.
There's one more thing, Nick. You said when you held up the store that Ryan turned the dial on the vault the wrong way so as to set off the alarm. Why should he do that if he really wanted the fake stones stolen?
Patsy had nothing to lose. He knew the other 2 men had already pressed the foot buzzers and sounded the alarm that way. And it was safer for him to do it the way he ought to in case either of the other clerks was watching him.
Oh, I gotta admit it, Nick. You're a wonder. I suppose you planted the fake stone on Morgan like you did so as to put him on his guard and start him worrying, huh?
That's the answer, Matty.
Oh.
There's an old saying, you remember. When thieves fall out, honest men get their chance.
Yeah.
Well, these 2 thieves decided to fall out when they saw what was up. And Mr. Stroud, an honest man, gets his diamonds back. Which is as it should be.
Quite a tale, Nick. What happened to Ryan and Morgan?
They were brought to trial, Bob, and sentenced to spend many long years behind bars. And believe me, they'll be a lot older than they are now when they get out.
Glad to hear it. But what about the clerk who reached for his gun during the fake holdup? Did you ever find out about him?
Oh, yes. It seems that he used to be in the state police out west when he was younger. Really very simple when you know the answer, as Patsy says.
Now, what can you tell us about the adventure that Old Dutch Clench is going to bring us next week?
Well, Bob, it's the story of what...
shouting. They were empty. The men were gone. My host, the footman, and the cook all vanished in the night.
Quite a unique experience, eh, Watson? Yes, it reminds me of...
I was furious. I packed my bag and I set off to visit the chief land agent in the village. But I found everything in order. Darcy had rented the place all right. Had even paid 3 months in advance. My next step was to come into town and call at the Spanish embassy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah?
Now, they'd never heard of Garcia. Well, that's the end of my story.
Well, I'll admit it seems to fit in with what we discovered at WIsteria Lodge. We even found the note you spoke of.
Oh, but Garcia threw it into the fire. I saw him do it.
Well, it was a dog grate. He overpitched it. I found it crumpled up at the back.
That's it. I recognize the paper.
Yeah, I see it.
What's it, sir?
Our own colors, green and white, green open, white shut. Main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green baize, Godspeed, signed D. A woman's writing. An assignation of some sort, I should say.
Oh, why should he turn pale if it was just an amorous intrigue?
It was more than that, Watson. She writes Godspeed. It was a serious and dangerous undertaking.
Who do you suppose she is? She signs herself D. He was Spanish. She might stand for Dolores.
Very good, Watson. But unfortunately, she wasn't Spanish.
Why not?
She writes to our Spanish friend in English. But there are others in it, too. The envelope is addressed in a different hand, a man's writing. The print of a man's cufflink has been pressed into the sealing wax. A remarkable note. There's something about it I don't quite like. Lestrade, where did you say Garcia was found? Oxford Common, about an eighth of a mile from home. Head battered in. Footprints?
There weren't any we could see. The rain had washed them out.
Robbed?
No, big watch and money were left intact.
Any idea when death occurred?
Well, it was before the rain. The ground underneath the body was dry.
Well, perhaps his servants had a grudge against him.
And took the first opportunity when there was someone in the house to finish him off. No, Watson, no, that's hardly logical. We can count out the servants.
Well, then why did they disappear?
Exactly. Why?
Well, Mr. Eccles, if you don't get round to the yard, I'd like your story in writing.
Certainly. I'll come at once, but I retain your services, Mr. Holmes.
I shall be delighted to collaborate with Scotland Yard, if Lestrade doesn't mind.
And what good would it do if I did?
Then that's settled. Suppose we take a run down to Esher, Watson? I find I have a longing for the country.
I'm coming too.
Splendid. Suppose we meet tonight at Mr. Garcia's poetically named villa. What was it? Oh, yes. WIsteria Lodge. I fancy it will...
What woman?
The woman who wrote that note, Watson. If I'm not mistaken, she's in a decidedly dangerous position.
In just a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes discovers on the visit to Wisteria Lodge. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you do, don't fool yourself about a cold. A cold is too tricky and treacherous a thing. It can take too many serious turns. Act promptly at the first sign of a cold. Take such a well-known and proven preparation as bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are a one-purpose medicine. They're made for the relief of colds and only for the relief of colds. Specialized medication gets the best results. Bromoquinine tablets quickly relieve the distress of a cold. They quickly relieve the headache and other pains that go with a cold. They relieve the stuffiness and depression that accompanies a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. These effects are important, and if you want to be sure of them, you will take bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are on sale at all drugstores, a few cents a box. Ask for Bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Look here, Holmes. Why go plodding about on a night like this? What there's another storm brewing. Besides, the inn in the village isn't half bad. I spent a few hours there this afternoon while you were messing about the countryside.
Yes, I noticed you managed to strike up quite a friendship with the barmaid.
Pretty little thing, wasn't she? Such nice red cheeks. And you have to go and drag me off to this wisteria place. Why not wait till daylight? It's too dark to see anything now, or even the road.
Oh, stop grumbling, Watson. You promised Lestrade we'd pick him up at the villa.
Yes, but...
Besides, we've got to rescue that woman. That note was written under pressure. The writing was shaky. Someone else addressed the envelope, sent it off, and lured Garcia to his death. He's probably being kept prisoner at this moment. Unless they've killed her, too.
How are we going to find her?
The note ran, main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green baize. That indicates a large house.
Well, there aren't many large houses in this neighborhood.
Quite. Moreover, it had to be a house Garcia could get to what he intended to do, and be back by 12 o'clock, less than an hour's time.
What do you mean?
I mean that Garcia had invited our friend, Mr. Eccles, to visit him with one purpose in mind.
Well, what was that?
He wanted an alibi. That is why the clock struck 12 when Mr. Eccles' watch indicated it was only 11:15, which was the correct time, by the way. Garcia intended to be somewhere else at 12 o'clock.
Yes, but where?
Somewhere within the radius of a mile. That would give him a chance to get there and return in time to have an alibi watertight. There are only 2 large houses within this radius. One belongs to Lord Weeberley, a conservative old fellow. Well, he's out of the question. The other, High Gables, was rented just a month ago by a man who called himself Henderson, who looks like a foreigner, whose house is run by foreign servants, with the exception of an English governess for his little girl.
You think she may be the woman in question?
I only know that she's not been seen for the last 3 days.
That looks bad.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's the light from WIsteria Lodge, shining through those trees.
Yes, this cloud's here ahead of us. A glorious-looking place. Are you home?
Yes. Come on, across this driveway. Look, Lestrade's sitting in the middle of the study with a light beside him. What's the matter with the man? He's as stiff as a ramrod. Tap on the window, Watson. What's up, Lestrade? Open the window.
Oh, I never expected to see the day when I'd be glad to see your face, Holmes. Oh, it's been a bad evening.
Here, Watson. Sit over the sill. That's it. Now you can close the window behind you. Now then, Lestrade. What's been giving you the jumps?
Well, it's a lonely, silent house. What with that queer thing in the kitchen. When I heard your tapping at the window, I thought it had come again.
It? What's it?
The devil, for all I know. I got here a bit earlier. I was sitting here reading a book when all of a sudden something made me look up, and there was a face looking in it.
What was it like?
Well, it wasn't black, nor was it white. Sort of a clay color, like it was dead and had earth on it. Besides, like a hungry beast. I tell you, I couldn't move a finger. Just shut my eyes and opened my breath, and it was gone, like that. To thin air.
Gimme. Scotland Yard seen ghosts. What a novelty.
I wish you'd seen it. You wouldn't think it was so funny.
Yes. Let's have a look around the house. Pipes. Paper. Paperbacks, Spanish novels. Old pinbar revolver. Nothing in the desk. Guitar. Well, nothing very exciting about this.
Wait till you see what's in the kitchen.
Well, no time like the present. You know the place, Lestrade. You lead the way.
Oh, not on your life. I'll go with you, but not ahead of you. Here, down this corridor to the right.
Watson, you better hold the lamp. Lestrade's hand doesn't seem to be as steady as usual.
This is the kitchen.
Tidy-looking place. Chicken feathers all over the room.
A white cock torn savagely to pieces.
And over in that corner is a goat with its throat slit and blood all over the place.
Oh, perfectly beastly.
Oh, but that's not the worst. Look here by the sink. Here's something to make your flesh creep.
What a sinister, shriveled-up thing. Looks like a barbaric Negro doll or a mummified monkey.
That's no doll, Watson. Nor yet a monkey. That was once a human being. A South American mulatto, to be exact. Down there, tribes have a secret process by which they can dry and dwarf the bodies of their dead enemies until they look like this. It's a voodoo fetish. And all slain animals indicates a South American sacrifice. South American. Green and white. Of course.
What, Holmes? What is it?
Never mind, Watson. No time for discussion. Hurry. You must go to High Gables and find the governess. She must be made to talk while she's still able. And you'll get a bullet through you. Now then, what have you done to that woman?
She is sick. We are taking her to London. You must not stop us.
Lestrade, light the carriage lamp.
Right.
Watson, take a look at that woman. What seems to be the matter with her?
Pulse. Pupils of eyes. She's been drugged. Opium. She's half conscious.
We'll kill her. She is sick. We must get her to a doctor. Every moment is vital.
Don't let him. He's a devil. He killed Garcia.
Listen to her. She is delirious. We must go to a doctor.
Don't worry, she's in good hands. Dr. Watson will take care of her. Now, Lestrade, if you'll remove the gentleman's hat so we can have a good look at his face.
No. Do not touch
All right,
him.
then.
Do not. No.
As I expected. Lestrade, arrest this man. He is the murderer of Garcia, and heaven knows how many other poor souls.
But who is he?
Don Murillo, the tiger of San Pedro, the most bloodthirsty tyrant that ever ruled a helpless people.
Say, Dr. Watson, I'm still a bit confused.
Yes, and so was I, Mr. Manning, until the English governess explained the whole thing to me. Don Murillo had been the dictator of the country of San Pedro in South America. Its colors are green and white, you know. He was a terrible man who had no scruples about butchering anyone who stood in his way politically. One of his victims had been the Spanish husband of this English lady who later on became Murillo's governess. His reign of terror ended in a revolution. But he managed to escape the country, however, with all the government funds. The inhabitants of San Pedro plotted to bring him to justice. And the Englishwoman managed to worm her way into his household. And she and a party, headed by Garcia, trying to kidnap Murillo and take him back to San Pedro, where he'd be tried for his crimes. Murillo suspected the governess, however, intercepted her note, and killed Garcia. That was Grogo, Garcia's huge mulatto cook, who was sneaking back to get his voodoo fetish. That horrible, shriveled mummy.
Well, that was a blood-curdling story. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Watson will return in a moment to give us a hint about next week's adventure. The time to treat a cold is when you feel the first symptom. Don't let it go. Don't let it develop. The quicker you treat a cold, the easier it's checked. At the first symptom of a cold, at the very first sneeze or sniffle, take bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are made especially for the relief of colds. They're made to do one thing and do it well. Their merit is not a question, but an established fact. They have years of reputation to back them up. Why, then, experiment or fool around when you have a cold? Take the one and only bromoquinine cold tablets. You can buy them in any drugstore, a few cents a box. Insist upon what you ask for. Bromoquinine tablets. And now, what are you to tell us about next week, Dr. Watson?
Next week? Well, supposing I tell you the story of the one that Holmes calls The Adventure of the Three Garridebs.
Garridebs? What on earth are Garridebs?
It's a family name, Mr. Manning. And the story is concerned with a gentleman named Garrideb who wished to trace other people of the same name for rather curious reasons.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Martha. Musical interludes composed and conducted by Lou Kozlov. This program is presented from Hollywood every week at this same time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets. Quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This evening, we want to call your particular attention to Rexall's sensational two-page ad in this week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. One page of this important two-page spread announces 10 great new products from the world-famous Rexall Laboratories. The other page features 10 bedrock bargains available at Rexall drugstores all during the month of June. For new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, be sure to check Rexall's eye-opening two-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. I was curious. I tasted it. I'm dying.
You sound awful.
Oh, if I had the energy, I'd throw my head out of the window.
Hangover?
Just worn out from getting my heart started, Lieutenant Levinson.
Mr. Levinson.
What do you mean?
As of 5 minutes ago, I became just plain Mr. Levinson.
Oh, think what a shock that's going to be to just plain Bill.
At exactly 3 o'clock, I started on my 2 weeks vacation. I am going fishing. I want to get lost in the woods somewhere. Pack in. Do my own cooking. Catch myself a limit of nice fat steelheads and rainbow.
Oh, I know. The smell of fried trout and boiling coffee.
Yeah.
Getting up the next morning. Breathing that fresh mountain air. And then realizing that you forgot to put out the fire and 20,000 acres have been burned flat.
Yeah. That was pretty mean.
Oh, go on. Get next to nature.
Too bad you have to stay in town and work.
I hope you get scurvy.
Bye, Blue Eyes.
No.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah.
My name is Holland, Mr. Diamond. Arthur Holland.
Well, sit down, Mr. Holland. What can I do for you?
First, come over to this window.
Any particular reason, or do you plan on an accidental suicide?
There should be a man standing across the street. He's been following me.
Oh? What does this man look like?
Crew cut, short, fat, wearing a black leather jacket. There he is.
In front of the cigar store?
Yes.
Who is he?
I have no idea. I've never seen him before.
Know why he might be following you?
No.
How long has he been following you?
Since this morning.
Oh, okay. What did you come to see me for?
My brother's name is William B. Holland. A long time ago, he left the family and started out to see the world. Started working his way from place to place. Although William has been gone for nearly 10 years, not once in those 10 years have I failed to receive a weekly letter.
But he hasn't written lately.
Not for a month.
Where was the last place he wrote you from?
San Borja, Bolivia.
Never heard of it.
A small city in the interior. Now, while in La Paz, he wrote me that he'd met a man named Louis Frober. This Frober was from San Borja and, according to Will, practically ran the place. And Will said he was going to visit him, and in his last 2 letters, he talked much of Frober and his hospitality. But said that something was wrong in this town of San Borja.
Didn't say what it was?
Didn't know.
Then his letters stopped?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you wanted me to find out why they stopped, if anything's happened to your brother.
Mr. Diamond, I'm quite wealthy, and I will pay you handsomely to take the job. Besides, it might turn into a nice vacation. South America is supposed to be wonderful this time of year.
Vacation?
Possibly.
Well, Mr. Holland, I'll take the job on 2 conditions.
What are they?
Well, first, my fee, $100 a day in expenses.
Accepted.
Thank you. Second, that you purchase 2 tickets for San Borja, Bolivia.
2 tickets?
Well, I'd like to take my assistant along. Bolivia is new territory for me, and it might be dangerous.
I checked on you quite thoroughly, and I didn't find that you worked with an assistant.
Well, only on the cases that take me out of town. He's a worldly man. He could find a trout in the Sahara. Lots of experience. 15 years with the police department.
All right. What's his name?
Walter Q. Levinson. The Q is for Quincy. But don't tell him I mentioned it. Well, that's how it works. Man comes in and wants me to find his brother. Last seen in South America. Walt Levinson was looking for a vacation spot, and I was looking for someone to talk to on my way to San Borja. Result? 1 phone call to Fatty Levinson.
Bolivia?
Oh, but you'll love it, Walt. Trout as big as sharks.
Where did you get 2 tickets to Bolivia?
Well, to tell you the truth, Fatty, I'm going down on a little job.
See you when you get back. Bye.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you ingrate. I've just got to find a missing brother. After that, we can relax and have ourselves a time. Oh, think of it. South America. The ocean as blue as my eyes.
Dames.
Native music under a golden moon.
And dames.
Quaint little... What did you say?
Dames.
Well?
I'll meet you at the airport.
Pan American Grace Clipper, Flight 109 from Miami, Guatemala City, Panama, Lima, Arequipa, and La Paz, boarding at Gate 7, all aboard.
Pan American Clipper, destination La Paz, Bolivia. And enough horsepower to get us there in a snappy 14 hours. The lights of Manhattan dropping away as we turn on the first leg of our pattern, heading up for 16,000, looking down and wondering about a man in a leather jacket and a crew cut, looking down as the lights begin to melt into a heavy cold front. 16,000, flying south, the pitch changing the propellers into a mellow hum.
Why don't you relax?
Well, did you notice a little blonde stewardess with the high-altitude features?
On the way in. I want to get some sleep.
Well, indulge yourself. I'm going to see if I can do something about the pressure in this cabin. The water on my knee is beginning to percolate. Oh, miss! Hey. Fatty. Wake up.
Huh? Oh.
You had yourself quite asleep.
Yeah. Where are we?
Well, another hour, we're in Miami.
How'd you make out with Miss Hummingbird?
Been with Pan American 3 years, 60,000 miles, over 2,000 hours. Name's Rogers, Gene Rogers, Baltimore.
How'd you make out?
Oh, shut up.
La compañía Panagra anuncia la llegada procedente de Nueva York. Los pasajeros desembarcarán en el terminal de Panagra número 3. Pan American Grace Airline Clipper Flight 109 from New York, now unloading at gate number 3.
Oh, I'm a little stiff.
I didn't know you brought anything with you.
What now?
Well, pick up our baggage and on to San Borja.
Where the devil is San Borja?
How do I know? Let's go find out. And we did. San Borja, according to the information desk, was some 200 kilometers into the interior. 10,000 feet above sea level, high on a plateau. And the only way there?
Oh, this is swell. Dandy vacation, but what happens when my liver comes loose?
Well, relax, Walt. Only 160 kilometers to go. Considering where we are, these roads are pretty good.
We never make it. I'll lay 8 to 5. We end up riding side saddle on a bilious llama.
Hey, driver.
Si, senor.
Why no airfield in San Borja?
Oh, there is one there. But it is what you call the emergency. It is hard for a plane to land. Something to do with the wind.
It's a plateau, isn't it?
Si, senor. We got to climb 5,000 feet yet.
Sounds like an ambitious chiropodist. 10 o'clock and the morning sun getting hotter. The old Ford straining up the grade like an antique teapot. 11 o'clock and the temperature crowding 120.
I want to go home.
Oh, we got to stop and let her cool off.
Blue ocean and tropical music. Oh.
How much farther, driver?
Oh, about 20 kilometers, senor. I'm going to put some water from the canteen in the radiator.
Hey, Walt, let's stretch our legs, huh?
Okay. Oh, lousy humidity.
Oh, she sure was empty.
He means his head.
Duck, Walt. On the car.
You okay?
Yeah. I think they're behind that hill. Go out this side and try to circle them. Keep them covered.
Right. Keep your head down.
Yeah, I'm glad you thought of that. Walt covered me, and I crawled out behind the car and took off for a bunch of trees. They didn't spot me until I'd circled them and was almost on top of them. 2 men with rifles lying behind a small hill. One of them turned and spotted me moving in. Walt?
Yeah? Okay?
Okay.
You all in one piece?
Yeah. How about you?
Fine. 2 of them, huh?
Yeah, bandits, I guess.
You got them both. Wonder what they're after.
Our hides. Came close to getting them, too. The unexpected. 2 men with rifles hiding behind a hill. If I hadn't gotten them, they'd have gotten us. We picked them up, dragged them over to the car, and I kept asking myself why. Why 2 men behind a hill with rifles? Bandits? Maybe. Assassins paid to wait there and kill us? If that was the answer, who told them we were coming? The man in the leather jacket back in New York? Maybe.
Dumped them in the car?
Yeah.
The drivers had it. Slug got him in the chest.
Well, dump him in, too. Let's get to San Borja and get some answers. And if you say anything about a vacation, I'll sing all the way up the hill.
The 2 Americans, Mr. Diamond and Mr. Levinson.
Come in. I am Louis Prober.
How do you do?
Anything else, Mr. Frobe?
No, that's all, Paul. Well, gentlemen, I understand you're into some difficulty, hmm?
Well, your local constabulary seemed to think there was some law against driving around San Borja with 3 dead men in the back seat.
And these bandits attacked you and killed your driver, is that right?
That's right.
And you in turn killed them?
That's right.
Well, for tourists, you fight rather well.
Well, not exactly tourists, Mr. Prober. We asked to see you because we were sent here to locate a William Holland.
Ah, I see. May I offer you a drink?
Lovely suggestion.
He represents the interests of Arthur Holland, William's brother.
That's right.
Water?
Straight.
Well, gentlemen, I informed Mr. Holland that William simply left. After all, there's nothing strange about that. There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're not looking for anything unusual, Mr. Prober. This was the last place William was heard from, so this is the most likely place to try and locate him.
Yeah, of course. Well, here's to a pleasant stay in San Borja, gentlemen, and to your very good health.
Next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Farm Journal carry one of the most important Rexall advertisements ever published. One page of this amazing 2-page spread announces 10 great new products direct from the world-famous Rexall laboratories. The other features 10 down-to-the-bone bargains available at every Rexall drugstore all during June. Listen to just a couple of examples. From the product page, Rexall 5X Multivitamins, a new and vital formula that gives you 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Special introductory offer, 10-day trial size, $1.79 value, free of extra cost with a purchase of the regular bottle of 50, both for only $6.95. From the bargain page, gold-plated metal frame sunglasses, men's and ladies' styles, regular dollar value, now only 67 cents. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Louis Frober, big man with a slight accent, drinking to our health and extending an invitation to his house for dinner that evening. One hotel in San Borja, not many tourists, according to the manager, but good rooms and hot water, according to the manager. Sandwiches and a late lunch compliments the hotel. Frober owned the hotel, according to the manager. It's open.
If you gentlemen would like, Mr. Frober instructed me to show you around the town. Who is it?
You want to see the town?
Sure.
I'm glad to have you show us around. What's your name?
Javacek. Paul Javacek.
San Borja, Bolivia. Sitting on the top of the world, 2/3 dense tropical jungle. Population 335 who take 2 months every year to cut back the persistent jungle. Principal industry, tin. The mines, 2 kilometers east. Frober owned the mines, according to Paul Javacek. 3 main streets, modern, up-to-date. A clothing store. Several cafes, a bank, telegraph office, post office, and recreation hall. All built and owned by Frober, according to our guide, Paul Javacek.
You mine tin, huh? How do you get it out?
Trucks, then by cargo plane. If you had arrived tomorrow, you would have passed the caravans as you came up the mountain. The ore is taken out once a week.
How well did you know William Holland?
Not well. Now, if you gentlemen have seen enough for today, I suggest we leave for Mr. Frober's house. He expects you at 7.
A kilometer from town in the house of Louis Frober. The jungle not far off and a heavy tropical shower right on top of us. Like Frober, the house was big and imposing. A showcase of its master's wealth and position.
I am so sorry that you got caught in the shower. They are pesky things sometimes, but they don't last long.
Louis?
Gentlemen, my wife, Mrs. Frober, Mr. Diamond, Mr. Levinson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? Dinner is served.
Dinner. The long, paneled dining room illuminated by a dozen candles. Music floating in from a hidden speaker. The food, something to make the Waldorf chef quietly fold his tent. And the conversation?
Do you plan to stay in San Borja long, Mr. Diamond?
It was hard to say, Mrs. Frober. It's a wonderful soup.
Mr. Diamond and Mr. Levinson have been sent here to try and locate William Holland.
Oh? The soup is my own recipe, Mr. Diamond. Made from barley grown right here in San Borja.
Just a casual dinner conversation, unless you're conditioned, aware of the subtle interrogation. The end of a pleasant and filling meal. Armagnac in the den, and more talk about health, wealth, and the weather. And more interrogation. 10 o'clock.
Well, I am afraid you'll have to excuse me now, gentlemen. I have to be up at 6 o'clock, and I have a half day ahead of me.
The conventional goodbyes and exaggerated compliment on a wonderful evening, then back to the hotel. All in all, a very interesting evening, according to Fatty Levinson.
Our charming hostess slipped me a note as we left.
Why, Walt.
I must talk with you. My husband will be leaving the house shortly before midnight. Meet me in the garden at 12.
Why, Walt.
It's addressed to you.
Why, Ricky. A quarter to 12, then out the back of the hotel, because in San Borja, everyone works for Louis Frober. Heading for Frober's house. Walt 50 yards behind, because in San Borja, a note asking you to meet the wife of Louis Frober might easily be a trap. Maybe William Holland had received just such a note. 12 o'clock and Mrs. Frober moving through the moonlight in the garden south of the house. Walt behind a tree, ready for anything.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Diamond. Where's Mr. Levinson?
Well, he stayed behind. Why did you want to see me, Mrs. Frober?
It is about William Holland and my husband.
Where is your husband, Miss Frober?
He left with Paul for the mines. From what I could find out, he's going to meet someone. Someone of great importance.
Oh. What about William Holland?
I am sure he has been killed. And I am sure my husband had him killed.
Go on.
We first met William in La Paz. He was likable, easy to talk to. I had been married for 2 years, and it was my first trip away from San Borja. I liked William.
You know anyone in New York? Blonde, short-cut hair, plump face. Might like to wear a leather jacket?
No.
Go on with your story.
A year after I married Louis Frober, I began to suspect something wrong with his activities here in San Borja. The men who came to see him on business. Strange men. Foreigners to South America. Long nights of business meetings and trips to the mines. When William finally came here, I told him of my suspicions. And one night he informed me he was going to the mines to investigate. I never heard from him again.
You think it had something to do with your husband?
Right after that, I overheard a phone conversation by my husband. He was talking to someone he called the director.
The director?
Yes. My husband said that William had found his way into the mines and had been eliminated.
I see. You've only known your husband for 2 years.
2 years and a half. I met him in Rio while he was down on one of his business trips. I married him 6 months later and came to San Borja to live. Would you like to know where I met my husband, Mr. Diamond?
If you think it's necessary.
It's what I've come to believe. I feel that it is most necessary. I met him at a party given by the Russian embassy. Mr. Diamond, I am sure that my husband is an important official for the communists.
Along the road east of the Frober mines, no lights, just the moon. The sounds of the jungle raising the hair on the back of my neck. A kilometer from the mine, and the dull glow in the sky pointing the way. Frober's generators and manpower working late. The kilometer passed, and the tenseness in the middle of my stomach took on cramp-like proportions. We climbed a hill for a better look.
Pretty busy. Must be 30 trucks down there.
Getting them loaded for the trip down the hill.
Hey, listen to that.
Well, I'll be darned.
Is that what I think it is?
Well, the fields in San Borja make it tough for a plane, but for a helicopter, that's another thing.
Frober left the house to meet somebody important.
Anybody who comes into San Borja in a helicopter at night is a pretty good bet to be important.
Our dead driver said there was an emergency field.
Well, it's landing on the other side of the mines. Must be close.
You want to take a look?
Well, not too many men around those trucks. Before we go looking for that copter, I want to see if it's really 10 Mr. Frober's taking out of that mine. Down the hill, walk 20 yards behind in case of trouble. Picking our way through the brush, trying not to sound like a landslide. A long road running away from the mines towards San Borja. The line of trucks, the first dozen or so loaded and ready, their backs piled high with sacks. The short sprint, and I was boosting myself up on the back of the first truck, digging into one of the sacks, feeling the heavy chunks of ore, then down off the truck with the ore in my hand.
You're up late, Mr. Diamond.
Paul Yavicek, Frober's right-hand boy, standing in the darkness, his gun pointed right at my stomach.
Mr. Frober will be happy to know of your interest in his mines. Start walking up the road toward the main gate. Stay ahead of me. Keep your hands in sight.
Tell me something, Yavicek. How do you get 10 out of pitch blend?
I suggest you ask Mr. Frober.
He's at the mines?
He will be.
Drop it, Yavicek.
Thanks, Walt. Thanks. You all right?
Yeah, it's close. Yavicek?
Dead. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where to?
Well, Mrs. Frober said her husband had a phone conversation. I'm going to use that phone and warn La Paz about Frober.
Hold it.
What is it?
Car coming down the road. Frober.
Yeah, and he's got company. Probably his important visitor. When he finds out what's happened, he'll guess it's us. We'll never get back to town before he does.
Unless we drive.
I will take a chance on the confusion and grab that first truck.
Clear. The keys are in the truck. We must live right.
Yeah, but for how long?
There is a direct phone line all the way to Cavendo. The operator at Cavendo can put you through to La Paz.
Bueno,
She's talking Spanish. You better take it.
Esta es la señora Frober. Favor de conectarme con La Paz.
Minutes running out. There's a Frober looking frightened, waiting for La Paz to answer.
She has.
Ask for the embassy.
Pulling up.
La Embajada Americana, por favor.
Frober and his important friend.
Mr. Diamond, I have them.
Hello?
Yes, American Embassy.
Now listen carefully. I can't repeat. This is Richard Diamond, American citizen, calling from San Borja, Bolivia. Louis Frober is not mining tin. It's pitch blende, and is believed to be working for the Russian government.
Look out!
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Rick?
Okay.
Mrs. Frober?
I'm all right.
Take a look at Frober and his friend.
Hello. What happened?
Now, hold on a second. There's been some trouble.
Frober's friend is dead. Frober's moving, but it doesn't look very good.
Hello, La Paz?
Yes, Mr. Diamond. Go ahead. What about Frober?
Wait a minute. Maybe I can get him to tell you himself if the phone will reach. Frober, can you hear me? Hello, La Paz. There's been a shooting here, and Mr. Frober's dying. Frober.
Yeah.
Frober, you're dying. You want to tell us about it? You're mining pitch blende instead of tin, right?
Right.
You're working for the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Did you send 2 men to ambush me?
Yeah. Our agents in New York watched Asa Holland and reported that she had been hired.
The guy with the crew cut and a leather jacket.
Did you have William Holland killed?
Yeah. He found out what... Oh.
Frober. Hello, La Paz. Frober's dead.
This time of year, no woman wants to spend endless hours caring for her skin and makeup. Since you want the finest beauty care in the least time and with no nonsense about it, why not try the new Ann Delafield Cosmetics? Designed expressly for the busy modern woman, they give you the most for your cosmetic dollar and save time as well. There are no endless bottles and jars, no endless creams for different corners of your face and neck. Just one fine cream. The Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream. A day cream, cleansing cream, night cream. All creams in one. There are vitamins, too, for true beauty from within, and other lovely makeup aids tailor-made for you. Look for the fine Ann Delafield Cosmetics at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro Golden Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, and Lillian Bayef. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. You can know better health. You can save money.
time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, Abbott, I met all the crown heads of Hollywood today.
Costello, there are no crown heads in Hollywood.
Abbott, you never walked through a picket line, have you?
Stop this nonsense and tell me where you've been.
Well, I was helping my Uncle Mike with his new invention. He's invented a plane that goes 5,000 miles an hour and goes to London in 5 minutes.
Wait a minute. If it goes 5,000 miles an hour and goes to London in 5 minutes, how does it stop?
Let London get a guy to work on that.
Costello, your Uncle Mike is as big a dope as you are.
Oh, yeah? Well,
Yeah.
my Uncle Mike is a smart man, Abbott. For 10 years, he ran the Chase National Bank for the investors.
He did?
Yes, sir. And for the next 10 years, the investors ran a national chase for Uncle Mike.
Has Uncle Mike ever been in jail, Lou?
Yes. One time he got so full of Christmas spirit that they threw him in jail for singing Christmas carols.
Well, lots of people sing Christmas carols.
On the 4th of July? Poor Uncle Mike, he's in a hospital. He's got a mule on his nose.
Not a mule. You mean a mole?
No, not after the mule kicked him in a kisser. He's got a mule there.
All right. Costello, what keeps you from being the biggest idiot in the world?
I guess I'm too fat for my height.
Oh, get him out of here. have you been?
I was across the street having a beef stew.
Well, how was it?
Terrible. It had nothing in it but beef tongue and oxtails.
Well, what's wrong with beef tongues and oxtail?
Nothing. But who's getting all that stuff in between?
Look, hey, Lou, why don't you come over to my house for dinner? We always have a crowd. My wife's dinners are talk of the town, and they're always informal.
What do you mean informal?
Well, we don't dress for our dinners.
No wonder they're the talk of the town.
Well, one thing, there's always plenty of meat at our house.
Last time I was there, your wife gave me rabbit stew, and the next day when I came over, your cat was missing.
Just a minute. Are you trying to insinuate that my wife served you cat meat?
All I know is every time I met a dog on the street, my back arches.
My wife is a very particular cook. Her kitchen is immaculate. That's more than I can say about your Aunt May. Her kitchen is a disgrace. Her sink is filled with eggshells. The drawers in her kitchen cabinet are full of carrot tops and wilted lettuce. She's sloppy.
She is not. That's her hobby. She collects garbage. You know, garbage is the same as antiques.
Garbage is the same as antiques?
Certainly, it's a collector's item, ain't it?
Costello, you must study to be an ignoramus. You couldn't be any dumber if you were twins.
Oh, yes, I could. If I was twins, there'd be two of us, and we could help each other.
Costello, I don't know why I associate with you. I'm a college man, a fraternity man. See this? Phi Beta Kappa.
Ha-ha. Look at this.
What's that?
Half a can of tuna.
That trouble is... You're illiterate. You spend your spare time... Why don't you spend your spare time reading, Lou? Trying to improve your mind. Take me. I read a lot. There's nothing to improve your thinking like a bookcase well stacked.
Abbott, when I think of something well stacked, I ain't thinking of a bookcase.
Costello man would have to go a long way to meet a dope as stupid as you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. I'm willing to travel.
The trouble with you is that you're an ignoramus. Do you know what an ignoramus is?
Sure, and I like his partner, too.
His partner?
Ain't you ever heard of Ignoramus and Andy?
No. That's a sample of your mentality. Costello, you ought to see a psychiatrist.
I went to one last week. He told me I got a split personality. I'm really two people, Abbott.
You've got enough personality to split with 10 people.
Just a minute. Don't laugh. Show me where it says that in the slip.
Never mind.
Now, watch out, Abbott. You're getting me mad. I can hardly hold my temper in.
It's kind of silly for you to hold your temper in when the rest of you is spread out all over the place.
Are we both on the same page?
I don't know. Certainly we are. The trouble with you is you can't read. You never went to school.
I just saw. I went to Colt Hill High School in Patterson, New Jersey.
Well, wait a minute. When did you go to high school?
September 11th, 1935.
You mean you only went one day?
You mean you're supposed to go back?
No wonder you're so stupid.
I can't help it, Abbott. I led a very sad life. When I was a kid, my father used to beat me over the head with a baseball bat. My mother used to beat me over the head with a baseball bat. My brother Pat used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat. My Uncle Mike used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat. My Uncle Jimmy Kelly used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat. My Uncle Tom Zismus used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat.
My goodness.
Everybody hit me over the head with a baseball bat.
That's terrible. That was a terrible family.
Yeah, but what a baseball team we had.
You must have been a pretty tough kid to stand all that abuse.
I was a pretty tough kid, Abbott. I belonged to the toughest gang in Patterson. We were so tough that when we walked down Main Street and Market Street, even the sewers backed up.
Did any of your old gang become successful, Lou?
Oh, yes, they did. Did you ever hear of Joe Buzzo?
Yes.
He went into business. He's making money hand over fist.
No, you mean hand over fist.
He's in a tire business, and in that business, it's hand over fist.
Lou, I remember Bozzo. I seem to remember him. Wasn't he the kid that got lost? Wasn't he the kid that got lost in the woods?
Yes, he was in the woods for 5 days, had nothing to eat but pine needles.
Pine needles?
Yep.
Did they have any bad effect on him?
Well, only when he got home. His mother made him a big dish of spaghetti in his stomach, knitted a pair of socks out of it.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Everybody in that gang, they all amounted to something, but except you.
I'm doing all right, Abbott. Only yesterday, MGM called me up and wanted to use me in a screen test, but I turned them down.
You turned down a screen test? Why?
They wanted to throw me against it to see if it was strong.
You couldn't work for anybody. I ought to get rid of you myself and get myself another partner.
Who would work with you?
Oh, I could work with a cow. I could get lots of laughs.
How could you get a lot of laughs with a cow?
You'd be surprised at the things I could pull on her.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Oh, I feel so good tonight.
Just a minute, Viola. I object the way you come in here every week and hug and kiss me.
I don't hug and kiss you.
I know. That's what I object to. Viola, you look lovely tonight. That's a beautiful dress you have on.
Do you like it? It's made of jersey.
Looks a little tight around Patterson.
It's supposed to be tight. It's a half and half dress. It's half cocktail and half dinner gown.
Which half are you wearing?
Never mind. Have you heard from your folks since you've been out here?
Oh, yes. I got a card this morning. They're driving out, and last night they stopped at a little place outside New Orleans called Howe's Bayou.
Howe's Bayou?
Fine. How's Bayou?
This keeps up. I'm going to turn my ice machine business.
What do you say?
If this keeps up, I'm going to turn my ice machine business over to my brother Pat.
Well, pay no attention to Viola. He's just jealous.
I am not.
Well, Mr. Abbott is right, Costello. I can see right through you.
Well, it was a little warm today to wear a slip.
Costello, you're not fooling anybody. Viola's getting wise to you. Last week was her birthday, and you didn't even buy her a present.
Well, I didn't really expect any, Bud. I think Costello's the type that gets cheap around Christmas time.
Just a minute, Viola. That's a nasty thing to say. Costello gets cheap around Christmas time?
Thanks, Abbott.
Costello's just as cheap all the rest of the year.
If the Plasters Union is listening, have Bud Abbott's overalls ready in the morning. Abbott will be back on the job.
Ah, cut it out, Costello. You're just jealous because Viola and I are more popular than you are.
You're popular?
Certainly. Haven't you noticed every week when I come to the broadcast, there's a mob outside that grabs me and asks me for my autograph?
Sure, but Abbott, I'm asking you. Do you think it's worth it?
What do you mean, is it worth it?
Listen up every Thursday like Dinah Shore.
You see, Viola? He is jealous of our popularity. Go ahead, Viola. Tell him how popular you are.
Well, I don't like to brag, Costello, but I was over at RKO yesterday and walked on a set, and Cary Grant kissed me 3 times.
So what? I was over at MGM yesterday. I bent over to tie my shoe, and Lassie licked my face.
Costello, have you been showing Viola around Hollywood the way you promised?
Sure, I took her to Republic Studios. All the cowboys were there. Didn't we have fun, Viola?
Oh, yes, Costello. It sure was funny when you ran in that dark closet to play post office, and that cowboy shoved his horse in with you.
His horse? This is terrible. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Oh, where am I going? I gotta go over to that corral and get back my fraternity pin. Ladies and gentlemen, Abbott and I heard a young singer in New York several weeks ago, and we liked him very much, and we brought him back to Hollywood to join our show, and here he is, and we hope you like him too, Hal Winters.
I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers a-weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny with the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone.
Now get out of here and stay out of here.
Rabbit, who hit you?
The sound man. I like to fool around with the sound effects. Every time I go over there and touch the stuff, he hits me.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Huh. You can't do that to my partner. Come on. We're going over there and we'll tell him. Now, there's the sound effects department, Abbott. Go ahead. Come on. Fool around with anything you like.
Thanks, Pat.
Blow the whistles. Anything.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Make a train.
Yeah. So, you're fooling around with my stuff again, eh? Ow! What's he doing to me? Is he going to say something?
I certainly am.
What?
Abbott, if you don't stop fooling with this guy's stuff, he's going to knock your brains out.
This is all my fault for listening to you. From now on, I'll take care of myself. I can stand up for my rights.
Why don't you stand up for your rights with that guy?
How could I? His lefts kept knocking me down.
Let's go back there, Rabbit. Somebody's writing this wrong. Let's go back there, Rabbit. I'll take care of you. I'm plenty tough. Here, feel my muscle. Go ahead and feel it.
Muscle. I can't feel anything but a red corpuscle.
Yeah, but ain't it got a hard head?
Who are you kidding? I'm the guy's got muscle. I used to be a prize fighter. I was one of the cleanest fighters in the ring.
You should have. You should have been. They threw enough water on you. I'm the guy that can fight. I remember the last guy I fought. I hit him so hard that he hollered uncle.
Well, who were you fighting with?
My little 3-year-old nephew, Tony.
I thought so. You can't fight and you can't act. In fact, none of your family has any talent.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
How about my cousin Vincent? He had a great voice, but he could only sing while taking a bath. They used to wheel him out on the stage in a bathtub. He'd sing while taking a bath, but they fired him after his first performance.
Why?
When the people started applauding, he forgot himself and stood up and took a bow.
What is he doing now?
Writing songs. You should hear his new song. He took a little of it from Irving Berlin, a little from Cole Porter, a little from Sigmund Rundberg.
What did he get?
3 lawsuits.
Forget about your cousin. Wait a minute. What's all that mail doing in your pockets?
Abbott, that's my fan mail. Everybody in the country is talking about my great character, Sam Shovel. Here, I'll read one. Dear Lou Costello, I'm simply crazy about your Sam Shovel detective programs. Last week, as I sat listening to your show, you were so thrilling I froze to my seat. I'm coming over tonight to see you.
There's a guy out here to see you, Costello.
What does he look like?
He's a short man with a frozen seat.
Come on, Costello. Let's get on with the show. What is your Sam Shovel case for tonight?
It's one of my smaller cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the sailor who was shot while having Hedy Lamarr and Lana Turner's pictures on his chest, or he died with his buttes on.
Sounds interesting. Let's do it.
Okay.
And now the makers of Crummies, the breakfast food that dares to be different, presents The Adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Crummies. Crummies is the only breakfast food that comes ready to serve. We put in the sugar, strawberries, milk, and cream right into the package. Look for it on your grocer's shelf in the large, soggy box. And Crummies is fine for the youngsters. You can safely feed Crummies to a 2-year-old. Some of the well-known 2-year-olds that eat Crummies are Citation, Entrust, and Bazooka. Crummies is the only breakfast food that is shot from cannon. So remember, when opening the package, stand back. And friends, mark my words. No cereal is as good as Crummies. You can put that in your pipe and smoke it. In fact, it tastes better if you put it in your pipe and smoke it. And now for the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I don't feel so good today. Last night, my fraternity invited me to a football dinner. That's the last time I'll eat football for dinner. I'm kind of tired, too. I traveled all night. I rode the chief in from Albuquerque. Next time, I'm going to take a train. Riding piggyback on an Indian is murder. I was down there trying to get a conviction on one of my cases, Maxie the murderer. But he had a clever lawyer. I charged him with murder, but the jury whitewashed him. I charged him with larceny, but the jury whitewashed him.
Then I took 'em to a Turkish bath. I had to get all that whitewash off 'em. My correspondence was piled up away. Wow, a lot while I was away. I see a carbon copy of the letter I sent to Sears and Roebuck for a pair of handcuffs. It reads, send handcuffs. If good, we'll send check. Then I pick up their answer. It reads, send check. If good, we'll send handcuffs. That reminds me I may get called on another case. I think I'll clean my Remington before I put it back in my pocket. Someday I'm going to buy a gun. I get tired carrying a typewriter in my pocket. Suddenly I look up. There on the wall of my office is an oil painting. Bought it last year. It's pretty, but it's a lot of trouble. Every day I got to oil it. I glance across the court. The beautiful stenographer in the insurance office is just coming to work. She's punching the time clock. The clock punched her back. I pick up my morning paper. On the front page is a picture of John L. Lewis. John L. Lewis on the front page. I study his face. I'm trying to figure which eyebrow has the Tony. Looks like another slow day for the detective business. As I sit here in my little office, I'm unhappy. I'm down in the dumps. Whenever I'm in this office, I feel down in the dumps. That's not strange. My office is located at the dumps. Across from my office is a stationery store. There's no sign on it, but I'm sure it's a stationery store. I've been watching it for 2 years. It hasn't moved an inch. I just remember last week my pal, Lieutenant Abbott, invited me to dinner, and I must send his wife a bread and butter note. That's a sloppy job. There's nothing I hate worse than writing on bread and butter. I glance out at the window in the parking lot. They're getting ready to move my car again to let another one out. I hope the owner moves it, not the reckless attendant. Thank goodness the owner moved it. I noticed my pal, Lieutenant Abbott, in the homicide squad coming this way. He's a regular bloodhound. When he's after a crook, he can smell a trail. In fact, he smells any place. One thing about Lieutenant Abbott, he speaks straight from the shoulder. He's got to. That's where his mouth is. Just then, Lieutenant Abbott walks into the office.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Sam, I just had the most sensational lunch. What a meal. I ordered pork chops, bacon, fried ham, pig's knuckles.
When Lieutenant Abbott eats, he goes hog wild.
Well, a cop has got to keep his strength up, Sam. I never know when I'll get in a fight.
Lieutenant Abbott is right. One thing I'll say for him, he never ran away from a fight. He always takes a taxi.
Sam, I'm happy today. I'm feeling pretty chipper. I'm really chipper.
Lieutenant Abbott is not lying. Nobody is chipper than he is. He's the chippest man I ever met. He lives at the Fiddle Hotel. It's a violin. Rooms are $1 a night and up. If you get a room for $1, you're up all night.
Sam, I thought I heard something moving. The sound came from that bureau.
We crossed the office to the bureau and started opening the drawers.
There's nobody here. You won't find me here.
It's my Bureau of Missing Persons.
Speaking of missing persons, Sam, what happened to that crooked musician you were trailing?
Lieutenant Abbott was referring to Matty Banjo Head Malnick, the leader of one of the crookedest bands in this country.
Sam, how can you say that? Matty's boys are all artists.
They must be artists. I know they're not musicians. Lieutenant, when Matty Banjo Head Malnick heard I was after him, he took it on the lam. That was 3 weeks ago.
Hiya, Sam Shovel.
He's still on that lam.
Sam, you gotta help me. That Bergman gang is trying to shake me down for $10,000. And I'm afraid I'll have to pay through the nose.
Why should you have to pay through the nose?
That's where I keep my money.
What a clever crook that Malnick is. When he needs money, he don't have to blow a safe. He just blows his nose. Just look at it. I'd like to have his nose full of Canadian nickels.
Malnick, you'll have to get out of here. Sam and I are talking business.
I'll go, but first I want to give Sam this batch of cookies I baked for him. Here, Sam, they're your favorite kind, policeman cookies.
Policeman cookies?
Sure, ain't you never heard of cop cakes? So long, copper.
Everybody's got good writers but me. I'm going to have to start paying next week. That Malnick is a very clever boy. He ought to go over to the Eagle Laundry and put his head in with the flat work.
Well, never mind him, Sam. Hey, look who's coming across the street. It's Two Gun Gertie.
Two Gun Gertie, the gorgeous gun moll. Once I asked her to marry me, but she refused. She's too class conscious.
Gertie is class conscious?
I ain't got no class, and she's conscious of it. Just as I finished making this clever remark, the door burst open, and Gertie entered my office.
Sam Shovel, my darling. Oh, Sam, you gotta help me.
What's up, Gert?
The cops are after me. They think I'm hiding something. They think I've got it on me.
You may have it on you, but you sure ain't hiding anything.
Careful, Sam. She's up to something.
Oh, Sam, you gotta help me. If you do, I'll be your slave. I'll cook for you. I'll bake for you. I'll sew for you. I'll...
Keep going, Gert. You're bound to hit something I like.
You're a card, Sam. Come here. I'm gonna let you kiss me.
Sam Shovel, where are your manners? Where are your manners? How dare you kiss this gun moll right before me?
Wait your turn, Lieutenant. I'll kiss you next.
Sam, why don't we start going steady again? We could be so happy. Look out the window, Sam. See those two lovebirds in that tree?
Yes.
Why can't we be like them and do what they're doing?
Okay, but I don't think the branches will hold us.
Sam, this is ridiculous. You're a cop and she's a crook. She's not for you.
Keep out of this, Flatfoot. I'll prove to Sam that I'm the girl for him. I'll give him a kiss that'll bust the buttons off his vest.
That I'd like to see.
Come here, Sam.
Sam Shovel, say something.
Has any lady in the audience got a needle and a thread?
Costello, we're a little late, so you better say thanks to this lovely audience in the studio and to all the swell people who are listening in at home.
Thanks for listening, folks. And I would like to thank the people that help us bring you this show every Thursday night. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And thanks to Matty Malnick and all his boys and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And thanks also to our producer, Charles Vander. We'll be back again at the same time next Thursday.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.